So what is up, guys? Nick here, helping you to master your technology. iPhone 15 versus Galaxy S23 speed test. Let's begin with a boot up in 3, 2, go. And we are on the One UI 6. That's the big difference. If you're like, I've seen this video already. No, you didn't see it with One UI 6. You know, every time I do the speed test early on, usually the One UI is not out yet. I just kind of want to see where they stack up. But then we do a second version with the One UI 6, but it doesn't seem to make a difference on the boot up. The iPhone just turns on faster, and I tried this a couple times before I made this video. The iPhone just simply boots up faster. Not that that might matter to everybody, but it does, and I'm giving it the win there. Now the Galaxy does have a little bit more PWM. You can see it flickering right there, but the Galaxy and the iPhone come in at $799, so around the same price points for both. All right, so here we are in the general software. Now, speaking of that, they're both very smooth. And if you guys enjoy these speed tests, this type of videos, do me a favor, smash the like button for me. It really helps out quite a bit. I'm smashing apps in the speed tests. All you need to do is smash that like button to get more of these to your feed in the future. Go ahead and take a look. 17.1.1 is available there. I know 17.2 is probably coming very shortly here, but you could see One UI 6 over here. That's combined with Android 14, so it's the latest version on the Galaxy. And so let's see if those animations have really made a big difference, or if it's even faster, much faster in fact. Okay, so here we go. You could see everything closed out for both sides. We're going to begin here. 3, 2, go. You can see that's the right. We're going to go again. 3, 2, go. That was the right. Now you could say, no, it wasn't. Yes, it is. If you slow it down, the Samsung has the faster animation. Some people were saying I was wrong in the last video. Slow it down, take a look at animation. Even the weather was faster here today on the Samsung. Now, the iPhone 15 with its 60 hertz refresh, that's faster on the iPhone. With its 60 hertz refresh is kind of, it seems like not the best deal anymore, especially considering even cheaper phones, even the FE doesn't have a 60 hertz. It just feels like, come on, Apple, let's get 90, let's get 120. Let's go on Instagram here, and you'll see that loaded faster on, that was close. I couldn't even see it. I think it might have been the Galaxy. I could be wrong. Call it down below. Let's go into X, and you could see faster on the iPhone for that one. And let's go to profile, and you can see profile on the left. Let's head up out of there and let's go into Amazon, and you'll see both loading the Cyber Monday deals, and that was faster for the Samsung. Let's head up out of there, and we'll go into eBay, and you'll see eBay on the right and then on the left. Let's go ahead and close that out. We're going to go into Groupon, and you can see, oh, it looks like it looks like that was popping up there. So let's go ahead and redo Groupon one more time. 3, 2, go. Yeah, so once I had it loaded in, faster here on the Galaxy. We'll hit categories. Yeah, it's looking like One UI 6 is quite snappy here for the Galaxy. Let's go into Best Buy. Somebody said in a recent video, Apple updates your phone and it gets slower. Samsung updates it and it gets faster and smoother. Well, Best Buy was faster on the left, but let me know what you think about that. Do you think the Samsung gets faster and Apple gets slower, or no, that's just somebody talking some BS? Let's go into Starbucks here, and that was faster on the Samsung. YouTube. I do think Apple does put out much more updates personally, and let's go ahead and close this out. I do think they put out much more updates, and sometimes it introduces more bugs. So, you know, it could seem that way. Samsung definitely takes their time, but they don't launch as frequently. So if you like your updates coming in a lot, I still like the iPhone. If you are okay with waiting a little while, but you want a pretty solid software experience, I think Samsung's pretty good at that. But at the same time, you don't get them as frequently. So let me know what you prefer in that sense. Also, Apple typically, they update them much longer, and you don't have to wait like for the premium phone to get it. Like every iPhone gets it kind of like at the same time. So it's kind of like annoying that only like certain, you know, premium Samsungs get it, and then later the A line gets it. People are still waiting for One UI 6 in certain regions. That's probably still the biggest Achilles heel for the Samsung experience. So you could see over here on the right, that was the Samsung. So it's looking like even in games, easily keeping up. Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 was a monster. I know we're on 8 Gen 3 for certain devices in certain regions. I'm probably going to cover it first when it comes to the Galaxy S24 series. Yeah, the Xiaomi 14 Pro has it, but I haven't heard from them yet. So we'll probably see it here on the channel on the S24 series, which is not too far away. And PUBG looks to be, wow, it loaded first on the Galaxy. This is the first year where the Galaxy has loaded everything faster, basically. It might be. That was insane. You can see right there, Geekbench 6 faster on the right. Some people are going to say, I don't care. It's not an iPhone. I don't care. Well, I'm not here to convince you. Look it. Both these phones are mine. Paid cash for both of them. I'm not here to convince you to buy Samsung. But when I see a phone that's faster, I'm going to tell you straight up, that was faster. Now, if you agree or disagree, that's on you. But overall, these Samsung look like it was faster in most regards in this app test. So I'm going to give this one to Samsung. Let me know if you agree or disagree down below. Or would you still buy the iPhone 15, or would you just go to the Pro? Because the Pro is probably more competitive when it comes to the smooth factor to the Galaxy S23. So let's go back through the applications now. And one thing I'll tell you is that even here, because of the 60 Hertz, while they do have the same smooth animations as other iPhones, you can see it still doesn't look as smooth as like the promotion. Was that a reload there on Dead Trigger? Yeah, that looked kind of like a reload there. We're going to Best Buy, eBay. Very good performance though. iPhone 15 App Store loading up some content. Very good performance. It's still buttery smooth with the animations. They've nailed it there. They don't really have an issue. It's just that 60 Hertz doesn't look as smooth. Now I want to show you something before we get into the test here. You could just see Samsung has got these animations on point now. You see that? Like super smooth. So let's go back through the applications, see if they held everything. 8 gigs of RAM. Over there on the left, we had 6 gigs of RAM. So more RAM here for the Samsung. And Dead Trigger 2 went to the home screen on the iPhone. It was actually where it was on the Samsung. Best Buy reloads, I'm not going to give it credit here. Best Buy reloads. Groupon, same spot. Amazon a little slow there. We'll see Instagram, Play Store, weather, calculator, clock, calendar. So overall, you can see these nonlinear animations, very smooth indeed. It's really good now for the Samsung, although the iPhone still has this like super smooth look to it. So, I mean, really, it's getting darn close here. It's really going to be down to, you want the features of Samsung? Do you want the dynamic island of iPhone? Do you want the iPhone experience, iMessage, all that good stuff? You're winning. You are winning either way. Okay, so the final Geekbench 6 scores have arrived, and they arrived much faster on the iPhone as usual, but we have a 600-point lead on the iPhone with the A16 Bionic chip from the iPhone 14. Over the 5051, it's 6385. However, you've seen in the real world that didn't really translate to actual performance. Maybe if you're really pushing it in video render or something like that, you might see a lead. But really, you know, let's go ahead and start the GPU. Really, I just feel like the bigger difference is made in other areas. Like the Samsung screen just looks more vibrant. So I think a customer notices that. The iPhone's, you know, design is a little bit different, and people notice that. They notice the dynamic island is a lot like their friend's iPhone. They notice the Samsung is a lot like a bigger Samsung, just smaller, but has a lot of the same features. They notice the zoom. They notice less zoom on the iPhone. They notice that the Samsung has 120 Hertz adaptive refresh. You can feel it. You notice the iPhone needs a smoother display once you play with a Pro. So even though the benchmarks are faster, I'm not giving Samsung credit. They don't win in the Geekbench 6. These phones are neck and neck now. And I just gotta say, I'm just really excited to see how these S24 models that are coming very shortly here stack up, because those are going to have Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, and Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 already stays cool. I really hope Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 stays as cool to touch. because this has been great. Now, Apple wins again here. This is super warm, by the way. 34 to finish, but the Samsung finishes with a higher 3676 score in 3D Mark. It also has a lower average frame rate of 18.2 versus 22.02. Now, if we scroll down, this is benchmarking better than 72% of devices. And over here, 85% of other devices. So Samsung takes the win in the GPU test. Let's go ahead and bring in a camera test now. So I'll go ahead and close out everything here towards the edge there. And let me go ahead and close out the camera on this phone, and we'll see which one can do this quicker. In 3, 2, go. That was the iPhone. And one more time in 3, 2, go. That was a Samsung, so it could be me. One more time, 3, 2, go. That was the left. I'm gonna do this just one more time, 3, 2, go. Yeah, so pretty close. I think the iPhone's slightly quicker, and shutter speeds are not a major difference. So wrapping it up here, 15, S2, 3, it really comes down to ecosystem. Samsung seeming a little bit better with managing the heat on this phone, the efficiency. This one gets a little warm under heavier use, and the Samsung definitely feels like it's snappier due to its adaptive refresh. So you just have to decide, what do you like better? Thumbs up if you enjoyed the video, subscribe if you haven't already. Nick here, I will catch you all in the next episode, and peace.
I'm about to work this $10 million job as a professional athlete. And I'm gonna show you the difference between this and getting paid $200,000 to be an astronaut.
This is insane.
Getting paid $100,000 to dig up real dinosaur bones.
Oh my god!
And so many other jobs. Starting with the lowest paying job I could find, gold panning.
That can make as little as $1 a year.
But we're gonna make millions.
Statistically not.
Basically, gold panners put dirt in this mechanism, and with enough shaking and water, all of the gold is filtered out to the bottom. But it's not very easy, because after 5 hours of searching, I was definitely not rich.
Oh, boys! I found gold!
No!
How much is that little nugget worth?
That is 2 cents.
Exactly my point. You can do this for a whole year and only make $1.
But luckily for us, we're gonna be working jobs that pay over $10 million per year. But first, let's see what it's like to work a job that pays $100,000 per year. Digging up dinosaur bones for a museum. And yes, these are fake because they're all dead.
So this is just one of our pits.
Are these actually dinosaur bones?
They are. I've been here 17 years. This is easily the largest bone that I've ever worked on in my career.
This is your thigh bone right here, and it's over 4 feet tall. For comparison, here's that dinosaur next to 6 Carls stacked on top of each other.
Keep in mind I'm 6'5".
These are mini jackhammers, essentially.
How you doing it?
He has no idea what he's
He
doing.
has no idea.
Now, this may come as a surprise, but we are god-awful at this. Whoops.
Be careful.
It took us 5 hours to make any progress whatsoever. But even with us holding him back, with the help of the expert, we were getting somewhere.
This is easily the largest bone that I've ever worked on in my career.
And you let me and Carl touch that?
Absolutely.
What if we messed it up? Josh, how much does this weigh?
Probably gonna be 250.
Pounds?
Yep.
This is 1/10 the weight of Nolan's mom.
Wow.
Now, because this bone is so ancient, we have to cover it in a cast before we pick it up, or else it could literally break in half.
Let's hope it doesn't fall apart when we lift it.
1, 2,
Flyway, baby! Good job. This is the first time any humans have ever carried this bone. Just YouTubers carrying a dinosaur bone.
Front of the table. 1, 2,
Watch your hand up.
And believe it or not, this dinosaur bone did find its way into a museum. But because museums are boring, let's head over to the $200,000 job, astronaut training with NASA. And my first mission, learn to drive the official lunar rover.
This is what will one day be on the moon.
Yeah, this is how we're gonna get around the surface of the moon.
Why are they letting me drive this? Open the doors! How do I work this thing?
Push forward on the stick.
Right now?
Yeah, go for it. Push forward.
Don't kill us. I'm scared. You're good. Oh, this is amazing.
Go ahead and twist
To the right?
to the right or left. I don't care.
Oh my God, there are cars.
Is this street legal?
Street legal around here.
Oh, this is amazing.
Why are we driving sideways?
I haven't figured out how to straighten it yet.
And even though I'm driving like I'm actually drunk, I still managed to get us to NASA's lunar training yard where the real test is gonna be.
Oh, we're off-roading. Oh God. Oh, this is getting bumpy. You're gonna let me drive it down this hill?
Is there seatbelts in this thing?
There's a seatbelt we don't use right there.
Yeah.
They've got seatbelts they don't use. That's helpful.
Whoa, that's way too steep.
Oh, no way. Are we really going down? Can I get that seatbelt now?
Oh my God! Wait, we're going down the hill sideways. Stop it. No. Lift your hand so they can see I'm driving. He's actually let.
I'll get up and let Nick.
No, sit there. No. Go sideways in the crater.
Sure.
Hold me, Carl. Hold me.
Landon, I'm just gonna say it. You wouldn't survive on the moon.
I reckon I could do it.
Next in training, NASA showed me around their enormous space facility.
Holy crap. This is the second largest pool on Earth.
Which I'll be honest, it just felt like they were flexing on me, especially when they showed me the spacesuit.
As far as anybody's concerned, once you try on a spacesuit, you're an astronaut.
But of course, there was a catch.
When you go on a spacewalk, you have to wear a diaper?
You're in the suit for 12 hours.
Wow.
There you go.
Like an actual real adult diaper, okay.
So be careful. This is a space artifact. It's flown on the space shuttle several times.
So real astronauts have worn this?
Yes.
Keep in mind that astronaut peed in this.
Have you peed in this suit?
Not in this suit, no.
Okay. When's the next mission?
What are you doing a year from now?
I can make time.
Okay.
And the final step of my training was the craziest thing I've ever done. They were gonna let me touch the moon.
Now lean back into it because it weighs 9,000 pounds.
This weighs 9,000 pounds?
This is the largest collection of moon rocks on display anywhere in the world.
I can't believe they're letting us do this.
You realize we're just a YouTube channel? Oh my God. These are just straight up on the moon.
What are the odds you let me touch the Genesis rock?
0.
Yesterday, we dug up a dinosaur fossil, so I'm an expert in this kind of stuff. Can I touch it?
No.
I tried.
This material here is actual lunar soil. You're actually touching the moon right now.
Oh, that's wild. So that tube has dirt from the moon and has not been opened since it came back.
And since you haven't checked, in theory, there could be an alien.
Yes.
Well, it would be the first from the moon.
Wait. You guys hear that?
And after we found out aliens were totally real, we headed to the stratosphere for our next job, where Carl and Nolan are gonna fly a plane.
I've never flown a plane before.
We have no idea what we're doing.
Welcome to the first day of flight training.
I'm not joking. For the boys to somehow fly a real plane, all they have to do is land one time in this flight simulator.
All right, here we have our throttle. Pulling it back makes it go slower, just like that.
Oh my God.
And after Nolan crashed,
Oh, God.
and crashed, and crashed,
You crashed the plane?
he eventually did land successfully, which, for whatever reason, gave him the keys to fly this real plane.
Yo, I'm freaking out. Hey, if you can't do this, Nolan, please, for the love of God, let them know now.
Oh my God, I'm gonna fly a plane.
Oh my God.
Here we go. You ready to go?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Full throttle. Approaching 60. Kind of wobbly, but now just pull back a little bit. We're taking off. Hey. Oh my God! Your life is in my hand.
He is literally controlling this entire thing.
Yes, he is, all by himself. Turbulence has never caused a crash, right? Well. Watch this, I'm gonna turn right. No. Turn right. Oh my God, we're sideways. I can't believe that I'm controlling this thing. Look, no hands. Stop. Oh, sweet Jesus. You moron. I'm gonna burn you. All right, we're gonna go over there in a minute. We're gonna go back and land.
Oh my God, I forgot.
That's the one thing. It's always a challenge for people.
All right, I'm descending. My mental health is descending also.
This is the part I crashed in every time in the simulator.
Oh God.
We're gonna land right there on top of that runway.
Oh my God! Wait, we're too close, right?
Keep it pointed right down the middle.
Oh my God.
Easy. Keep your hand on the throttle. You're gonna wait. Full breath.
touched ground.
You did it, man.
I landed a plane. Oh my God.
He said I couldn't do it, but we're still here.
You didn't kill me.
I was genuinely surprised that the job that pays $1 million a year is hand modeling, but only if you're one of the highest paid hand models in the world. She makes 5 times the average salary of a doctor by letting people take photos of her hands, and her resume is stacked. She's hand modeled for almost any brand you've ever heard of. Her hands are even insured for $1 million per hand.
I can't wait to see this in action.
So to start us off, she examined our hands.
I didn't know that today was gonna be the day that I'd find new insecurities.
Okay, so immediately I can see the nails need work.
Of course.
Agreed. These hands suck. Okay. Look how much hair is here compared to Carl.
Can I get paid more for that?
The skin texture might be better here with these two.
Can you change me?
I don't know if I can work miracles, but I haven't seen your hands yet, Jimmy.
Your hands like glow. That's crazy.
Why are your hands so glossy?
I don't know. Are my finger structures good?
Yeah, no, they're very good actually. But again, we've got cuticle issues, skin issues here, but that can all be fixed.
Our hands clearly needed work, so we had to prepare them to shoot, which was pretty easy for me and Carl, but for Laser, not so much.
Oh God. Bro, you can make a rug out of all that hair.
This hair's been with me my whole life, but you gotta do what you gotta do if you wanna make $1 million.
And now that my hands are no longer disgusting, we're gonna model for an actual magazine. And these photos are literally gonna be shown on billboards all across America to promote these watches.
That's petrifying.
Yeah, no pressure.
Okay, I mean the watch looks good.
I honestly thought this was gonna be easy, but we were actually horrible at this.
It looks like the watch is on a snake. Bro, this is so hard. Can I see the difference with you doing it? Oh.
What?
Unreal. The product looks better because her hand doesn't shake as much.
But being a hand model isn't all about wearing nice watches. Sometimes you have to model weird things.
Why are you squirming?
Because I see a man holding a snake off camera.
Breathe, Carl, breathe.
Put your other hand out here and kind of support his head.
Yeah, of course I'll see.
One final thing I need to throw in the mix is Immortals of Avium, the sponsor of this video. Just hold that right there. Okay, perfect.
Now he's modeling the watch, a snake, and this game.
Yo, look at that. That looks crazy. Immortals of Avium is a first-person magic shooter where you play as a battle mage named Jack trying to save the world, Carl.
Can he save me?
This time I need you to model the Xbox version of the game with the Scorpion.
No way, bro.
You want to grab between there and here.
Is this actually safe for the animal?
Yes. Perfect.
Get it, go, talk, and go, and talk about the game.
You can sling 25 different types of magic spells and unlock 80 different talents to customize your character to suit your playstyle. Carl, you think Immortals of Avium are gonna love that photo?
Immortals of Avium, I hope you love this.
Just hold the scary animals, and then we get to join the NFL for our final team.
I feel it under me. It's under my hand.
We were doing such a bad job that we had the hand model step in to ensure the sponsor would approve of the photos. Click the link in the description if you want to play Immortals of Avium right now.
I'm retiring as a hand model.
And even though our photos weren't great, we still got them on billboards all across the country. And now it's finally time for the job that pays $10 million per year.
That's right, I'm about to literally join the NFL.
This is literally my dream.
And if you think this is all fake, here I am signing a real contract to become a literal player for the Buccaneers worth $10 million.
It might say we're not gonna pay it, but it at least says that dollar amount.
No, focus on the dollar amount.
And now it's official. Congratulations.
So for the next 48 hours, I'm officially a player.
You are officially a player.
I promise I won't let you down.
I promise he will let you down.
By the end of my contract, I'm gonna be running out with the team on the field in front of 60,000 fans. The first step is weight training.
That might be too light. Let's go up.
Easy. I don't actually think they're paying me the $10 million.
Do you struggle? Are you a winner or are you a Falcon? Easy! Yeah!
I've noticed they yell at you a lot when you're an NFL player.
Can you set it to whatever the strongest player on your team does?
I'm gonna see if I can do what? You can do 12 of these? Holy crap.
He's not a normal human.
I would hate to be hit by him.
One more.
Yeah! Football!
Why is the NFL so hard? How does this compare to their typical workouts?
Pretty pathetic.
Hopefully the lighthoughedness goes away.
It will. You get used to it.
Okay.
Up next was my first practice at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers training facility. So naturally, I met my coach.
How's it going?
How you doing?
Good.
And my new teammates.
Nice to meet you, man. My name's Shaq. My kids love you. I love your
Oh, really?
videos, the candy bars, the Carl gummies.
Yo, really?
And my new teammates couldn't believe I actually signed with the team, so I showed them my contract to prove it.
Is this the same one you guys signed?
I think you got more money than me, though. I ain't getting that much.
But if you read, it says, unless canceled in 48 hours, we're still gonna cancel.
Yeah, look at the
fine print.
parentheses for sure. Hey, you're official. Welcome to
I know, thank you. My new
we gonna
teammates
need
over
you
here.
tomorrow.
These guys make us look like children. They're so big. Look at the size comparison.
I'll be honest, I've never played football before. So they threw me on as kicker, which, I was terrible at.
Mr. Beast, we need you out. We gotta get ready for tomorrow.
You're right. I'll QB.
And since I've never played quarterback before either,
Hi.
I just threw one up as far as I could.
That's touchdown.
In case you didn't know, the team I just joined is the same team Tom Brady won the Super Bowl with. So I thought it'd be funny to surprise him.
Oh, we got him, Tom. Oh, I almost got hit.
TB, what's up, baby? What's up, TB? What's up, bro?
I have a friend here who might literally die of happiness if you say hi to him.
You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me.
Oh, I'm dead.
After that, our practice just devolved into shenanigans.
Little man.
Oh, Tariq.
Too small. Yeah.
You can go back to filming. All right, guys. Let's see y'all.
Some people still had some questions about my 2-day contract. So afterwards, the Bucs set up a press conference for me.
We obviously have a big game. I'm expecting very serious questions on it.
Is this just a publicity stunt? Why are you really here?
To make the best video possible.
Yes, it's a publicity stunt. I clearly am not an NFL player.
Jimmy, how does it feel being on the new team?
It feels great. To be honest, they've accepted me way more than I thought.
How much playing time are you expecting?
None.
And after explaining over and over again that it's just a stunt, I went to go get measured.
6'4", 4.5. 6'4.5". Carl, you're 6'5".
I'm 6'5".
Yeah.
These measurements are key so that my gear and my uniform are all custom fitted.
This actually looks so good.
There we go.
And now that I'm suited up, it's time for the official game day. I still don't know why they're letting me do this, but hey, thanks, Bucks.
Are you surprised they let me join the team?
Yeah.
That's my first football I've ever signed.
Jimmy's about to come out any second now.
They say if you get up by 100, I can play a play. Do me a favor and get up super high.
It's his first game, and probably his last.
Definitely his last.
How is this happening?
And since this is the only NFL game I'll ever be a part of, the team actually let me lead them out the tunnel.
Let's go, boys!
Huge shout out to the Buccaneers for making me an official NFL player. It's honestly a good thing I didn't play because if they hit me, I probably would have died. And I thought it was all over there until the Falcons made fun of me on Twitter. So in retaliation, I'm gonna nuke their stadium.
Minecraft has always had the potential for an unsettling atmosphere, but I think this effect was most pronounced in older versions of the game. I'm in my beta world right now, and I'd be lying if I said there weren't a few times when I was just playing this game late at night, you know, playing for hours alone in the dark, and suddenly this game, which is normally just kind of happy and fun, just gets this weird, unsettling atmosphere. There's something off. For some reason, us humans, when we're alone, we start to feel like we're being watched, like there's something else with us out there somewhere. And you get this weird feeling of paranoia. And I don't know if it's the lighting in these versions or something just about the atmosphere, something about just the way it is. But I have to admit there is something kind of creepy about these versions, especially because they kind of feel maybe not abandoned, but sort of left behind. I mean, there's only a few people left to play these versions. Most people are obviously going to play the modern versions, which is understandable. So when you come back to these, it's a bit like visiting like an old, dilapidated building sometimes. Since it is close to Halloween time, I figured it would be fun to just kind of talk about weird, old, creepy stuff in early versions of the game. This is mostly just going to be a sort of sit around the campfire and talk video. I'll touch on, you know, the more well-known things like Herobrine, talk about those a bit, but I also want to talk about some things that maybe aren't as well-known. Not that they're secrets, but hopefully if you watch this video, you'll learn something you didn't know before. To start off with, might as well hit close to home. Like I said, I'm in my beta world right now. This isn't going to be a world update. Well, there'll be kind of like a mini one at the end, I guess, but I did want to come here to talk about things I've found in my own world that are kind of strange, and when I found them, they just sort of, they gave me that ominous feeling. I'm down here in this spider dungeon. I found this a little while back, and I actually talked about this briefly in another video, but I'll mention it again for those who haven't seen it. And this dungeon is mostly untouched. I did mine out the mossy cobble in the floor, but I didn't do this. For some reason in the wall of this dungeon, there's like a perfect doorway or archway here that just leads.
Yes, folks. Yes, folks. Oh my goodness, I found it. Oh man, this is so hard to find, but your boy found the last two in my local 7-Eleven, all right? For those that don't know, this is Gatorade. Mystery flavor. Oh my goodness. And we're about to chug it. Don't touch that mouse. You're watching Badlands Chugs. Don't touch that phone screen, folks. Don't touch that TV remote. And if you're like me on the computer, don't touch that mouse, because Badlands Chugs is back with another good one, all right? And this right here is the elusive Gatorade mystery flavor. Oh man, I don't know nothing about it. I haven't tried it yet, but that's going to change right now as soon as I crack this open. Oh man, yo. This was so hard to find. I tried to get it. The Soda Plus couldn't even find it. And yo, it just appeared out of thin air in my local 7-Eleven. The last two, you know, I grabbed those bad boys. And here we are, all right? So let's get a taste, okay? can't pinpoint the taste. Oh my God. But it tastes real smooth, okay? I think this is the most smoothest Gatorade I've ever tried. It's not tart at all. It tastes like a candy. I just don't know which candy it is. But yo, why ask why? All we gotta do now is just get our trusty boot out and continue to pour this bad boy in it. Ooh-wee. Second pour, all right? Let's get it in there. Oh my goodness, folks. Well, this is it, all right? You know, it's only 2 liters, but it's all good. You know, it takes 3 liters to fill the boot. But yo, I'm gonna do this one more time with my 7-Eleven Gets More, okay? And I'm gonna do it different. Big ups to Team Supernova, all right? One of their fans wanted me to do a 3-way mystery chug. They wanted me to do this, the Gatorade mystery. They also wanted me to do the Mountain Dew Voodoo 5 and the What the Fanta 2023 all mixed together, all right? I'm doing that this week, folks, so stay tuned for that. And this is a little preview, okay? Oh, man. Let's see how this goes down, okay? This is the Gatorade mystery flavor. All right, so you know what time it is right now. It's time for me to start chugging, so enough talk. Let's get this mystery flavor down. Oh man, it's good, but I just don't, I just can't pinpoint the taste. It's delicious though. Oh my goodness. Maybe I should, you know, do this, take a little barcode right here, you know what I'm saying? And figure out what the taste is. But yo, maybe I'll do that later, but whatever it is very smooth. One of the smoothest Gatorades I've ever tried, all right? Well, that was the chug for today. All right, quick little chug. Stay tuned to tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll probably do that triple threat with all the mystery flavors, all right? But yo, y'all stay blessed, and we are out. Oh, yeah. Chugging the world, one bottle at a time. Bad Names Chugs is back. Don't touch that mouse, folks. It's your boy, Badlands Chugs, and I am on Cameo, okay? You need a personalized shout out, maybe a happy birthday, maybe a happy anniversary, congratulations on the new job, the wedding, anything at all. And do you need it with a chug of your choice? You let me know what you want me to do, and I'll do it for you. 24-hour delivery is available, and if you want me to promote your business, book your boy. Cheers. Don't touch that mouse. I'm chugging the whole wide world. Right about now, I'm chugging the whole wide world. Oh, right about now, let's chug the whole wide world. Right about now, let's chug the whole wide world. Oh, yeah. Yes, hi. Can I have 3 large iced coffees with half and half in caramel?
How many, please?
3, yes. All right, thank you. Oh, it's time to set it off, folks. It's morning, folks, and yes, we are doing a full day of chugging. I'm gonna chug something now, early in the morning, in the new time, and for dinner. Out of 3 different vessels, and we're setting it off in the chug globe, folks. No preambles, no intro. We're getting our iced coffee on. Oh my goodness. From Dunkin'. Let's take a sip. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. But this ain't Badlands Sips. This is Badlands Chug. So just take this top off. And let's get this chug globe in effect, all right? Let's pour it in there. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna spill it. I don't even care. Get it in there. Oh no. Can we pour it in there without spilling it? I need a funnel, all right? I chug the whole world. Right now, yeah, I'm chugging the whole world. Get in there, let's chug the whole world. Get in there, let's chug the whole world right about now. Oh yeah, let's chug the whole world. There we go. This is a world chug, all right? The chug globe is in effect, and we're setting up a full day of chugging right about now. And it's coffee, all right? Like my man Randy Savage used to say, cup of coffee in the big time, yeah. Cup of coffee in the big time, oh. Cup of coffee, man, yeah. Man, chug the world, wow. Enough talk, freak out. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. Woo! That's what I call chugging the world, baby. One coffee at a time. Oh my goodness. Woo-wee! Yes! Oh man. R.I.P. to the icon Randy Savage, the macho man, all right? Woo! Had my coffee, I'm ready to go. So let's get on to the next chug, shall we? Ha! Oh yes, folks, sun is high in the sky, and you know we gotta keep the chugmobile clean. So yo, we at the car wash before the chug. Let's get into it.
Welcome to our car wash. Please select to wash by touching the corresponding button on the screen. Thank you. When the wash is ready, please pull forward into the wash.
Oh, gotta close the windows. Yeah, man, there's nothing like getting your car washed, you know what I'm saying? Clean and everything. You be riding down the street. Oh my goodness, it hits different, all right? It's like wearing a brand new suit or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we doing here. We here at the car wash. Oh, here at the car. Oh. Let me stop that singing, all right? I don't want to get demonetized for copyright. You know how YouTube gets down.
Welcome to White Castle. My name is Hilda. May I take your order, please?
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good today. May I have, do y'all have the vanilla Sprite?
The vanilla one, Sprite?
Yes, the vanilla
okay,
Sprite.
let me check. Hold on.
All right.
Yes, I do.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. Can I have 4 of them, please?
Large vanilla Sprite. Any sliders or
Yeah.
any fries on your ring?
Let me get 3 double cheese.
3 double cheeseburgers. Okay?
All right. And that's it.
No fries, chicken wings, mozzarella.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Which one would you like?
Let me get the mozzarella sticks.
Mozzarella, okay. 5, 10 pieces?
5 pieces.
Okay. That'll be $28.21. You can try it to the second window, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
What are you gonna do with all these lights?
Oh, what am I gonna do with it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna chug them all.
You like them?
Oh, yes, I do.
All right.
Awesome. I got it. Oh, man.
Okay.
Woo-wee. No, that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you have a good day. Take care now.
Bye, see you.
All right. Oh, yes. Big ups to Hilda all day from the Center Reach White Castle. She's awesome. Oh, my goodness. Now, let's chug this vanilla Sprite. Woo-hoo. It's an awesome day so far. It's noontime. The sun is high in the sky. And oh man, we stopped by White Castle because I heard that they have something that's new. Well, it's new to me. I've never heard of a vanilla Sprite, and so we're about to try this. But before we do that, you know we gotta have a bite of the lunch, all right? You cannot go to White Castle and not get a slider, you know what I'm saying? So this is what your boy got right here. This is my go-to. Man, there's nothing like a double cheeseburger. Say it with me one more time. Double cheese, double cheese, double cheeseburger. Oh, man. So let's take a bite of delight. Oh, we got to turn it upside down, pinky up, Dame drop style, all right? That's it. Woo! Now that's a mozzarella stick. Let's put this over here, folks, and do what we came to do. Let's try this vanilla Sprite. I want to try it. Oh, yo, this is a banger, man. This is banging, folks. So you know what we got to do, folks. Let's take this top off, grab the doggone Das Boot, and let's see how this vanilla Sprite tastes, how it chugs, you know? I'm about to chug all these, all right? Well, maybe not all, but I'm gonna fill the boot up with the goodness of vanilla Sprite. Oh my goodness, look at that. Oh yes, it's looking good. It's looking fabulous. Oh my goodness. Yes, folks. Oh, yeah. That's it right there. Vanilla Sprite in all its glory. This is the lunchtime chug, and we about to do this. Enough talk. Wow! Yeah! Oh, yeah! Woo! The intensity of a Sprite, but the smoothness afterwards of the vanilla. This is good. This is so good, folks. Oh, man. If you never tried a vanilla Sprite, you gotta try it. But some of my people in the comments was like, yo, this is my go-to every time I see a Coke Freestyle machine. My man says he gets this all the time when he goes to Wingstop. He was getting it for years. So, yo, you are blessed. And, yo, this is my first time with this, and it is delicious. Yes. Oh, my goodness. All right. That's what it's all about. Let's see what we can get. Let me have the Baja Blast Freeze and the Nachos Bel Grande with the Baja Blast drink. That's right. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's get this Baja Blast Freeze on, all right? Oh man, that sun is going down, folks. I'm here at Taco Bell. You see the bell up there. And I got me a little bit of nachos. You know I'm like a nacho guy. And there they are. Do any of y'all know what this is? Oh my goodness. It is Mountain Dew Baja Blast hot sauce. Oh man, we used it in a couple of other videos, but yo, I said, let me not get the fire sauce this time. Let me just put it on here. Oh yes, just dip it on there. Let me close up to it so you can see. Oh yeah, that Baja Blast hot sauce. Let's try this bad boy. Oh, it's like a sweet heat, folks, but it's so, so good. I just want to cool off, folks. You know, then the best way to do it is with this and the PVC Piper straws. You know what I'm about to do. Let's crack this open. Oh, man. And stop playing, folks. Let's see something. Let's just put a little bit, just a little bit of Mountain Dew hot sauce into the Baja Blast Freeze. Just a little bit. Let's just see how this is gonna go down. Oh my goodness. A little bit more? Get a little bit more in there? Oh my goodness. What are we doing, folks? Oh man. It's still dinner time. All right. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough, okay? Oh my goodness. What are we gonna do now? Let's stir it up, all right? Let's just stir up the gift. Let's just get this crazy. Oh my goodness. All right. So, without further ado, we're gonna spend this little midday snack and sip on some Mountain Dew Baja Blast Freeze from Taco Bell. A slushie with the Baja Blast hot sauce in it. Let's see if it goes from 0 to 100 degrees in a millisecond, all right? So eat up, talk. 3, 2, 1. Woo-wee! Oh, let's back it up now. Sorry about that, folks. I don't know what happened, all right? But it was so hot that the doggone camera fell off the doggone dashboard. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-wee! Man. Oh. You know you can't get rid of it all. But let's get this last little bit. No chug left undone. Could you imagine something ice cold, but that heat is peering through? That's what it is with this. Oh my goodness. Whew. Let me leave that Mountain Dew Baja Blast hot sauce and slushy alone, all right? And get with something a little more lukewarm, all right? Yeah, full day of chugging, all right? Oh my goodness, what a good day. Appreciate y'all being with me, all right? Definitely stay tuned for more, okay? Your boy is back soon. And yo, stay awesome, stay blessed, and I'll see you on the flip side, all right? Oh yeah. Chugging the world, one bottle at a time. Bad Man's Chugs is back. Don't touch that mouse, folks. It's your boy, Badlands Chugs, and I am on Cameo, okay? You need a personalized shout out, maybe a happy birthday, maybe a happy anniversary, Yes, there's some new fast food from the Spider-Verse, and let's swing over to Burger King and get some. Psst, psst. Don't touch that mouse. You're watching Badlands Chugs.
How are you? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do y'all have that new Spider-Verse meal yet?
The Spider-Man?
Yeah, the Spider-Man meal?
It's coming tomorrow.
Oh, they don't have it at this one, all right? But hey, there's more than one Burger King in my area, so let's see if another one has it, all right? Let's go. Oh, there's a dude rocking the hat, so you know they got it.
Can I help you?
Yes, hi. Do you have the new Spider-Man meal?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Anything else?
And you don't have the sundae, right? The Spider-Man sundae with the...
No.
Oh. All right, then. All right, I'll take the meal. Thank you so much. There's got to be another Burger King that has one, all right? So we're still on the lookout, folks. Hey, Google. All right, going the right way. Let's go to Burger King, folks.
In 800 feet, make a U-turn.
Oh.
Make a U-turn.
Okay. Hopefully they got it, folks. Oh, man, this is the third Burger King in my area.
That's the right can I help you?
Yes, hi. Good afternoon. Do you have the Spideyverse sundae?
Say what?
Do you have the new Spider-Man sundae?
Not yet.
Oh. All right. All right, then. That's it. I don't want anything else. Thank you so much. Oh, man. I guess we're just doing the burger, folks. All right, folks, but hold on. First things first. Ooh-wee. Let's throw that on there. What's good, folks? Welcome back to Badlands Chugs. And yo, man, we're trying to piece together this Spideyverse extravaganza that we're about to do, all right? And yo, I guess the 3 Burger Kings in my area are late to the game, all right? Because I can only find it at one place, okay? And doggone kids meal? Come on, man. As soon as I saw them give me this little drink, I was like, come on, what is this? All right? This is Badlands Chugs, not Badlands Sips, all right? But yo, we're gonna piece this video together. If it takes 2 days, it's all good, all right? So let's see what's in here, all right? Yeah. Spideyverse stuff, all right? You know, we'll take care of that. Oh, this is just oh, no! The Okie Doke! Are you serious right now? They just gave me a doggone Happy Meal, all right? Now you heard the lady, she did say that she had it, right? So what is this? This is just a regular old jammy, all right? Well, we're not gonna let it go to waste. We're gonna have to do this again tomorrow, all right? And make sure we get the right one. So let's do this, all right? No water, folks, all right? And it won't be complete unless we take down the baby Diet Coke, all right? So, with the ice, 3, 2, 1. Refreshing, all right? This is a warm-up, just a test, okay? Man, I'm going back to that Burger King and be like, yo, man, do it like a kid? Come on. Man, give me the grown meal. I can eat it. Oh my goodness, folks. The search is finally over, all right? We got ourselves the Spider-Man Whopper straight from the Spider-Verse. Oh my goodness, I can't wait. Oh, hold on one second. You remember what happened earlier, all right? Just because it's in a thing that says Whopper, this could be a regular Whopper, all right? Because you remember what happened last time. They gave it to me with the kids' meal at that, in the regular Whopper. And yo, man, when I opened the cheeseburger, it was just a regular old cheeseburger. Talk about disappointment. But let's just see if this is right. Oh, well, that's a good sign, all right? So, the big reveal. Is this a regular Whopper or is this a Spider-Man Whopper, all right? 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Yes. Now that's what I'm talking about. Big red bun, black sesame seeds. Oh yes. Straight from the Spider-Verse. Yes. I'm happy. And you know, I went to like 4 different Burger Kings. 4 Burger Kings all day long. Oh my goodness. I didn't want to wait till tomorrow. I was like, we got to do this tonight. Somebody's got it, all right? So, man, so this is a Whopper, but it has Swiss cheese on it. Is this Swiss or just white cheddar? I'm not too crazy about that, but yo, we're here now, so let's take a bite of delight. We gotta do it Dame Drop style. Flip it upside down, pinky up, let's go. I like it. It's so good, juicy. The bite of delight is doing its thing tonight. Oh my goodness. Let's continue to eat this bad boy, all right? It tastes really good. Tastes like a regular old bun, all right? Even though the bun is red, it don't have no special red taste. It's not flaming hot, you know? I'm still recovering over the doggone bomb hot sauce at the Wendy's thing, Wendy's chicken sandwich. It's so good. I love it. You gotta try this. Not sponsored, folks, but Burger King, holla at your boy. It's like a Whopper, folks. Even with the crunchy water, it's delicious. Final bite, folks. Here we go. Oh, man. Yeah. Even though it's not a big kahuna burger, but in the words of Samuel L. Jackson, that's a pretty tasty burger. Oh, my goodness. This is the Sunday, and I heard these little, like, red and black little, like, candies in here. I heard they're supposed to be like Pop Rocks or something. All right? So let's test it out. Here we go. Uh-oh. Hold on one second. It's more Rice Krispie-ish than Pop Rock-ish, okay? But nevertheless, it's a Sunday. Oh, yeah. This is a little too small to use the PVC pipe as straws, but you know your boy had it just in case, all right? We're not gonna do this today, but we still have our large drinks, so, I mean, I still have this in the car from the last chug, so it could get a little bit more burn just to finish out the video, all right? And oh man, yo boy, listen, I got a funnel at the top of the world, all right? So your boy got some Coke Zero, so let's just pour it in here and oh my goodness, spilling it again. Take two, folks. Yeah, let's use this funnel and pour it in here. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. What kind of funnel is this? Oh, my God. They don't make funnels the way they used to, folks, all right? All right, folks, we're going to finish off this Spider-Man meal with the chug, all right? I feel like a celestial holding the whole wide world, all right? But, yo, let's get this going. It's Coke Zero. It's fridge cold. Enough talk. Whoa! Oh my goodness. It just takes so long. So long. And it was so cold. Oh man. We gotta get a new chug globe, a bigger one, with a bigger opening. But I'm working on it, all right? Well, thanks for spending dinner with Badlands. We ate the new Spider-Man meal, okay? Straight from the Spider-Verse, okay? So, yo, stay awesome and stay tuned for more. Quick video tonight. And, yo, we are out. Peace. Chugging the world, one bottle at a time. Badlands Chugs is back. Don't touch that mouse, folks. It's your boy, Badlands Chugs, and I am on Cameo, okay? You need a personalized shout out, maybe a happy birthday, maybe a happy anniversary, congratulations on the new job, the wedding, anything at all. And do you need it with a chug of your choice? You let me know what you want me to do, and I'll do it for you. 24-hour delivery is available, and if you want me to promote your business, book your boy. Cheers. Today, folks, we are chugging the biggest strawberry quick ever made. And you will be witnesses. Oh yeah, don't touch that mouse.
Oh, and before we even get into it, bro, just to let the people know.
Yes.
Clash of the Food Titans tour starts next month.
No doubt,
Next month.
Next month, man. First stop is at Smith's Old Bar in Atlanta, Georgia, man.
What up, Atlanta?
Yo, man. Big ups to Atlanta. Yo, if you want to see us do our thing, if you want to see us do the eating, if you want to see the food reviews, if you want to meet us, yo, if you want to see all that, man, you best go to the link that's down below. Or maybe it's in the cards. Maybe it's there, or it's there, but it's definitely down there in the description, all right? And yo, man, first stop's Atlanta, but we going all over.
Florida, bro.
Florida.
Alabama. Tennessee. Bro. Illinois.
Indianapolis,
what up? We see you.
Man. Yo, 17 stops, all right? 17 shows like that, man. You know what I'm saying? We're going to do a show, pack it up, head to the next city. So y'all come out, all right?
Can't wait to see you guys.
What's good, folks, and welcome back to Badlands Chugs. I hope you're doing well because I'm doing fabulous, and I'm glad y'all stopped by. Thanks so much for watching. And today, folks, we are chugging one of my childhood favorites. Oh, man. I used to love to drink strawberry Nesquik. Well, back in my days, it was called Strawberry Quick, and it came in a powder, all right? But this Quick says it has a new look, but still has the same great taste. I know you can remember the time when you came home from school and you just couldn't wait to get you a nice, smooth glass. A strawberry Quick, all right? You just put the milk in there, you know, and it had to be red milk. That means whole milk. They didn't have no half and half, 2%, 1%, I don't know what kind of percent, just regular old whole milk, all right? And you just put the strawberry Quick in. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. And you just took a spoon or a straw. In this case, this is my straw. And you stirred it up. Oh my gosh. And you just sipped and enjoyed it with the pinky up. There was no better taste in the world and no better feeling in the world. But yo, we're gonna take that feeling to a whole new level by chugging the biggest glass of strawberry Quick that was ever made, all right? So there's nothing else to do, folks, but to step into the chug zone. All right, let's grab the big old glass and pour the milk. Oh my God. Whoa. Wow. My goodness. Yes. And we used the whole gallon, okay? I know if you have brothers, sisters, mom, and dad, they're gonna be mad at you if you ain't go to the store and buy another one. Because you know they need that for their Lucky Charms in the morning. And yo, let's just pour quick in there, all right? Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, when should I stop? Just keep going. I think I might need the whole thing on this one. I think that's enough. I don't know if you can see that. See the way it's just formulating up in there? Oh, man. It's the strawberry goodness. Look at that. So, let's stir it now. Oh, yes. Oh, man, I can't wait to chug this bad boy. It's gonna be so good. Oh, yeah. Hush, doggy. This is the biggest glass of strawberry Nesquik that was ever made. Oh man, I should have called Guinness on this one. But next time, all right? Big ups to Guinness all day. Ooh-wee. All right. So, now that we have this masterpiece, it's time to step into the chug zone. All right, folks, it's time to Captain Kirkus to boldly go where no chugger has ever been before. 1 gallon of strawberry Nesquik. All right, if you're ready, I'm ready. So enough talk. Let's get this going. 3, 2, 1. Oh, and this fridge cold. Oh, the brain freezes. Oh my God. Whew. Let's keep going. Whew. That is cold. That is fresh cold, shivering Antarctica. Oh man, these cold ones are tough, folks, but we ain't gonna quit till it's done. So there's nothing else to do but let's do it. Oh. Whoa. Oh. Ah. The brain freeze is incredible. But we did it, folks. Oh man. This is what I'm talking about right there. All right? A gallon of strawberry quick. Done. Chugging the world, one bottle at a time. Badlands Chugs is back. Yes, folks, it's 2022, and the first chug of the year is some greatness, okay? This, my friends, is a gallon of Olipop grape soda. Yeah! Don't touch that mouse. You're watching Badlands Chugs. Happy New Year, folks, and welcome back to Badlands Chugs. 2022 is here, and it's going to be an amazing year. And I'm taking y'all along for the ride, all right? So, for the first chug of 2022, we are chugging one of my favorite grape sodas, and this, my friends, is Olipop Classic Grape, okay? Olipop is an amazing soda. It's a healthy soda, all right? It has way less sugar than the regular sodas, and it has good prebiotics for optimum gut health, all right? Anything that can keep this digestive engine healthy, it's all good. This is my arsenal, the chug arsenal, all right? And I did a poll to see how y'all want me to do this great goodness, this grape Olipop, all right? Should I do it in 1 DOS boot? Should I do it in 2 DOS boots? Should I do it in the Badlands Chugs DOS boot? You know Badlands Chugs merch is where you get it. The comically large wine glass? 10 cans gangstified style? Or should I just do it in the big gallon glass all the way from Germany, the Erdinger Weissbier glass? And y'all said gallon glass wins again, so let's do it in this glass, you know what I'm saying? Big ups to LA Beast every time I use this, okay? He's the one that inspired me to use this. If you don't know who LA Beast is, check out LA Beast YouTube. And yo, this is gonna be a big year for Badlands Chugs. It's starting already. Yo, I'm gonna be taking over.
We don't act now, this may escalate into a countrywide epidemic.
Before we start today's video, what is analog horror? Analog horror is a subgenre of horror that uses distorted graphics, cryptic messages, and visual styles similar to late 20th century television. Many popular analog horror series have popped up in the last couple years, such as The Backrooms, The Mandela Catalog, and Vita Carnis. Today, we're going to explore a lesser-known series called the Smile Tapes. In the Smile Tapes, there's a new black market drug going around, and the drug tends to make people go crazy with a creepy, distorted smile on their face. As time goes on, this drug starts spreading, and tons of violence begins to occur. In this video, I'll be going through all of the Smile Tapes. I'll be reacting to each of them and giving you my own thoughts and theories to the series as a whole. Also, this series is by the creator Pitoriku. I really hope I'm pronouncing that right. Links to the entire original series and all of Pitoriku's socials will be in the description at the top. Here we go. Let's jump right in. The Smile Tapes, Volume 1. Alright, let's get into it.
This message is broadcasted to raise awareness of a new drug in circulation. The Smile drug. We advise for you to stay away from any person suspected to be under its influence. For the past few months, we have received over 500 deaths related to the drug. The drug itself has not been scientifically investigated. Its most obvious effects are mania, uncontrollable laughter, violent tendencies, and the alleged smile in which the drug was named after.
Okay, I have to say before we start this, it seems like 50% of people find images like this kind of goofy, and then 50% of it find it terrifying. Personally, if I was walking on the street and saw someone making this face, I would be terrified and would be going the other way immediately. There's something about having a smile with like killer intent that is terrifying to me personally. But it seems like we have some kind of illegal drug on the market that apparently does this to people, and you should definitely avoid taking it, just like most other drugs.
How do you ensure your safety outside? Avoid dark alleys since most reported deaths happened near or in a dark alley.
Probably should, always.
Suspicious laughter, run as fast as you can. Avoid eye contact with the person. Once
"200 seconds. 200 seconds next to it would lead to a relatively quick death, which is better than many alternatives. Spend just 30 seconds near it, and dizziness and fatigue would find you a week later. 2 minutes of exposure, and your cells would soon begin to hemorrhage. 4 minutes, vomiting, diarrhea, fever. 200 seconds in its presence, and you would have just days to live." By the fall of 1986, emergency crews fighting to contain the nuclear disaster at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant made it into the basement. They turned a corner into a steam corridor beneath failed reactor number 4 and found not steam, but black lava that had oozed out of the core, eaten through meters of concrete, and settled on the floor. The largest and most famous formation in the corridor was a 2-ton wrinkled mass that their radiation sensors firmly told them not to approach. With cameras pushed in from around a corner, the workers documented the dimly lit mass. According to readings taken at the time, the still hot portion of the molten reactor core was putting out enough radiation to give anyone within 3 feet of it a lethal dose in just 200 seconds. This is the true story of the elephant's foot. During a routine test on April 26, 1986, reactor number 4 at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant experienced a power surge born of poor reactor design and human error, which triggered an emergency shutdown. The shutdown did not work. The attempt to manage the surge in power and alarming increase in the core's temperature caused an even larger power surge of 12,000%. Control rods that are used to manage core temperature were inserted too late. A gross safety violation, there weren't even enough control rods in the core to begin with. Their insertion into the increasingly hot core caused the rods themselves to crack and fracture, locking them in place. Heat and power output continued to rise until the water that was used to cool the entire reactor began to vaporize, generating massive amounts of pressure. The first explosion from the steam inside the reactor was large enough to send a 4 million pound lid of the reactor assembly through the roof of the building. The reactor now fatally damaged, the remaining cooling water from broken channels seeped into the reactor as well, flashing directly into steam as it touched the soon-to-be glowing hot nuclear fuel rods. A second, even more massive explosion followed shortly after the first, belching core material into the air, spreading fire and radioactive ash. It is estimated that the fires that rage in Reactor 4 spread 400 times more radiation than the nuclear blast that wiped Hiroshima off the map. Over 160,000 square kilometers of Russia and Europe were eventually contaminated. With a glowing heart no longer shielded by tons of steel and concrete, the core could no longer be cooled. It began to melt. When you hear about a nuclear reactor melting down, it's not simply illustrative language. Without proper cooling, radioactive materials used as fuel get hotter and hotter due to their close proximity and continuous emission of high-energy particles. Nuclear fuel literally heats itself up until it melts, turning into what is arguably the most dangerous substance on Earth. If you wanted to know what the most dangerous material ever created was, corium would be a good answer. At Chernobyl, the loss of coolant caused a meltdown of the uranium fuel, up to a third of which was scattered into the atmosphere. Estimates vary, but up to 160,000 kilograms of uranium, radioactive in many thousands of degrees, melted and flowed into the bottom of the reactor vessel. 8 days later, the flow had melted through the reactor's lower shield. Oozing through basement pipes, pooling in steam corridors, and eating through 2 meters of steel and concrete, the radioactive lava flow from reactor number 4 eventually cooled enough to solidify in the basement. Thousands of kilograms of molten uranium oxide, sand, metal, silica glass, and other materials, a composite monstrosity dubbed corium. In addition to being the world's arguably most dangerous material, it might be also the rarest artificial material. Corium is only formed in a nuclear meltdown. Corium has only been created accidentally 5 times. Once in the 3 Mile Island reactor in Pennsylvania in 1979, once at Chernobyl, and 3 separate times during the much more recent Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster. Now I say accidentally created because there are scientists and engineers who study corium and create it on purpose. For example, this is a video of molten uranium oxide, like what would have been found beneath Chernobyl, bubbling and boiling at around 2,000 degrees Celsius at Argonne National Laboratory. Remember, this heat is self-generated. All by itself, corium can get half as hot as the surface of the sun. Corium is never pure nuclear fuel. Rather, it's a radioactive Frankenstein of fuel rods, fission products, the control rods in the core, concrete from the floor, steel from the surrounding structures, and the chemicals created when blazing uranium reacts with air, water, and steam. Here you can see a simulation of what corium actually does, easily disintegrating concrete as it escapes confinement. In the lab, corium is still terrifying but controlled and mesmerizing in a way that lava and its destructive capabilities can often be. It's almost beautiful. At Chernobyl, there was no such beauty. After the corium was done flowing, the result was an ominous collection of stalactites, stalagmites, steam valves clogged with hardened radioactive lava, and the large gray mass that would later be dubbed the elephant's foot. The elephant's foot could be the most dangerous piece of waste in the world. Of the 5 accidental corium creations, only Chernobyl's has escaped confinement. Radioactive atoms are unstable atoms. While something like hydrogen is just fine with a nucleus consisting of a single proton, radioactive elements like uranium, the most common isotope of which contains 92 protons and 146 neutrons, are not so happy. Photons, electrons, protons, and neutrons are randomly ejected from the nuclei of these large atoms, transforming them until something like plutonium degrades over time into a stable element like lead. Particles emitted from radioactive atoms are a form of ionizing radiation. That is, they have enough energy to rip apart the atoms and molecules they crash into, changing how they interact with other atoms and molecules, ionizing them. Non-ionizing radiation, on the other hand, like the kind emitted by your cell phone, does not have enough energy to break atomic bonds. Ionizing radiation, then, directly causes the terrible symptoms of radiation sickness by simply smashing through enough molecular machinery in your body. DNA can be repaired, new cells can be generated, but with enough nanoscopic damage, cells start to function irregularly or die outright, leading to cancer or organ failure, respectively. Because of the way radiation damages human cells by knocking atoms and molecules out of place, death by radiation is a, relatively speaking, slow one. Fever, nausea, confusion, cancer, organ failure. Up to a point, over time, treatment does help, but extremely high doses of radiation, like the kind that would be delivered by close contact with the elephant's foot, are always a death sentence. The more radiation released from a mass of atoms, the more dangerous it is. Reports from Chernobyl estimate that immediately after formation, the elephant's foot was emitting nearly 10,000 Roentgens per hour. It only takes about 1/10 of that rate to kill a person. A single hour next to the elephant's foot would expose you to the equivalent of over 4.5 million chest x-rays all at once. Shortly after the Chernobyl meltdown, nearly 600,000 workers descended on the site to help contain the escaping radiation. Knowingly or not, many of these workers were making the greatest sacrifice. 134 were hospitalized with acute radiation syndrome. 28 of them died within months following the incident, and current estimates put the total number of deaths from related cancers due to the contamination across Russia and Europe somewhere between 9 and 16,000. After the nuclear fires at Chernobyl were finally controlled, a feat which took 9 full days, workers scrambled to contain the invisible dangers of the failed core. In May of 1986, construction began on the sarcophagus, a gigantic concrete enclosure built to seal off the radiation from the outside world. But the ruins would never be entirely contained, even after the installation of a much larger tomb in 2016. The Chernobyl sarcophagus is outfitted with access points, allowing researchers to observe the core and workers to enter. In December of 1986, researchers discovered the elephant's foot. It was a couple of meters across, over 4,000 kilograms, and put out enough radiation to prevent anyone from getting near it for more than just a few seconds. But despite the dangers, we have pictures like this one of the deadly mass. How? Well, from a safe distance, workers, or liquidators as they were called, rigged up a crude wheeled camera contraption and pushed it slowly and from around a corner towards the elephant's foot. This photo, almost never seen in discussions of the elephant's foot, was taken in 1990, 4 years after the incident. The slide the photo is on was given to a Dr. Bill Zoller at the University of Washington's Department of Chemistry. The caption reads, quote, "This is a slide I obtained from the Russians. It shows what is called the elephant's foot. The Russians obtained this picture by sending a man down there with a camera. He took one picture and then came back up. I was told that he died from the radiation he had received. This picture cost a man his life." End quote. When this photo of the elephant's foot was taken, 10 years after the disaster, the elephant's foot was only emitting 1/10 of the radiation it once had been. Still, merely 500 seconds of exposure at this level would bring on mild radiation sickness, and a little over an hour of exposure would be fatal. Another photo, a timed selfie by Russian nuclear inspector Artur Korneyev, is arguably the most famous and most disturbing photo of the elephant's foot. According to an investigation by Atlas Obscura, the ghostly image of Artur is likely not due to anything spooky, just the shutter speed, as is the time-lapse-like streak from the flashlight. But the grittiness you see in the photo, that's from the radiation. Over time, the elephant's foot has decomposed. It has puffed dust while its surface cracked, but more than 30 years later, it is still quite dangerous. In 2001, levels were measured that would give you a lethal dose of radiation in under 60 minutes. Extrapolating from how radiation sources degrade over time, today that deadly limit is probably a few hours, and today, the elephant's foot, once nuclear lava eating through the corpse of Chernobyl, is still hotter than the surrounding air temperature and environment thanks to the radioactive heat pulsing inside of it. Born of human error, continually generating heat in the basement of a failed power plant, the elephant's foot is still melting into the base of Chernobyl, albeit very slowly. If it hits groundwater, scientists still worry that it could trigger another explosion like the one that killed the core and lifted 4 million pounds like it was a paperweight, or it could leach radioactive material into the water that nearby residents drink. Long after bleeding from the core, this unique piece of waste continues to be a terrifying testament to the potential dangers of nuclear power, even though nuclear power as a whole is extremely safe. Until it is finally removed, if it ever is, the elephant's foot will be there for centuries, sitting in the dark basement of a concrete and steel sarcophagus, a symbol of one of humankind's most powerful tools gone wrong. Until next time. Thank you so much to the very nerdy staff at the facility for their direct and substantial support in the creation of this here video. Today especially, I want to recognize research assistant. The first sign you see of a deadly tsunami, paradoxically, isn't a wave. If the trough of the unstoppable incoming energy reaches the shore before the crest, there is no wave. Water instead recedes dramatically and attractively, luring beachgoers to a seafloor that has never seen the air before. But moments later, the rest of the energy arrives. A colossal curtain of power slows from over 500 miles per hour to just 50, bunching up as it does so and rising with the seafloor, building up destructive capability behind a molecular traffic jam. On March 11, 2011, a tsunami resulting from a 9.1 magnitude earthquake would end up inflicting the worst single loss of life in Japan since a nuclear bomb was dropped on the city of Hiroshima in 1945. This unprecedented catastrophe created two types of ghosts. Ghosts that would haunt the land of the rising sun to this day, the spirits of those lost in the tsunami, and the invisible specter of atomic radiation from the second worst nuclear disaster in history. This is the true story of the hauntings of Fukushima. Two weeks before the start of the summer of 2011, at 2:46 p.m., a so-called undersea megathrust earthquake shifted a gargantuan section of Earth approximately 72 kilometers east of the Oshika Peninsula of Tohoku, Japan. 32 kilometers below the seafloor, 10,000 billion joules of energy would explode from the Earth in the 6 minutes that would follow. It had been building up there for over 1,000 years. Released was a total energy equivalent to burning the entire Earth's fossil fuel reserves all at once. This unfathomable energy, fathoms below the ocean's surface, sent invisible power out at almost 500 miles per hour. When these waves made landfall in Japan, they carried with them walls of water up to 50 feet high. Before the day was over, 217 square miles of Japan would flood. Water would be found 6 miles inland. In just minutes, over 100,000 buildings would be destroyed and millions would lose access to running water and electricity. Official numbers from 2021 report that in one day, 19,747 people would lose their lives. Most of them would drown, and most of those people would be elderly. over 2,000 people are still missing today. The 2011 earthquake would become the largest Japan ever recorded, and the world's fourth largest earthquake since records began over 100 years ago. To quote Naoto Kan, the then Prime Minister of Japan, "In the 65 years after the end of World War II, this is the toughest and most difficult crisis for Japan." End quote. And then came the meltdowns. A literally earth-shattering earthquake and a flood taller than most buildings is the kind of combined event that is rarely designed for. The Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, first commissioned in 1971, is a large nuclear facility consisting of 6 boiling water reactors. Nestled directly against the Pacific Ocean, Fukushima Daiichi is one of the largest nuclear power plants in the world. And like all nuclear facilities, it was engineered with safety in mind. Structures, designs, and procedures tailored against even extremely unlikely dangers like large earthquakes, floods, and terrorist plots. What it was not designed for, however, for the sake of practicality, was a simultaneous combination of more than one of these events. Nothing is engineered for this. The 2011 earthquake and tsunami, therefore, was something like a chance asteroid strike, far from ordinary and far from prepared for. Slim to nothing chances, combined with human error, are what would create the conditions for the only other event in human history to receive the highest rating on the International Nuclear Events Scale. Japan was about to have its very own Chernobyl. When sensors at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant detected the 4th most powerful earthquake in recorded history, the active reactors on site automatically inserted enough control rods in the cores to absorb the neutrons feeding the chain reactions and shut them down. This also meant, however, a sudden loss of power, and so the emergency diesel generators at the bottom of the plant, just 5 meters above the waterline, switched on. All according to plan. Approximately 60 minutes later, however, a wall of water over 50 feet above sea level slammed into the plant. Fukushima was now drowning in floodwaters well over twice what was considered a worst-case scenario during design. The diesel generators, the source of power needed to move water around the plant and continue cooling the reactors all the way down, failed almost immediately. Before the day was out, coolant water would be boiled away, nuclear fuel would be exposed to the air, and the temperature inside Reactor 1 would rise to half as hot as the surface of the sun. Once Fukushima started drowning, its fate was sealed. In the days to come, both reactors 1 and 3 would be rocked by powerful explosions, the result of hydrogen gas buildup from materials evaporating during their meltdowns. Reactor 2 would also melt down on March 14th, and then explode on March 15th. For the 3rd time ever, corium, the most dangerous substance in the world, had been created. This radioactive lava oozed to the bottom of the containment vessels of reactors 1 through 3 and probably ate its way through 14 centimeters of steel to pool on basement floors. I say probably because to this day we don't know where all the corium ended up. What was known was that nuclear fuel was no longer contained, and radiation was being released into the environment. By the explosions, by the floodwaters, and by the reactors themselves. But the radiation released at Fukushima wasn't the only invisible force that began haunting Japan in 2011. It is impossible to convey in words just how much was lost when the tsunami hit Japan. The raw, uncaring power of the water took everything. Cars, homes, sidewalks, hospitals, banks, scrapbooks, pets, holiday plans, mothers and their daughters, fathers and their sons, the entire infrastructure of a society. But for everything that was taken, something remained. According to foreign correspondent and writer Richard Lloyd Perry, who had been living in Japan for the last 18 years, Shortly after the disaster, survivors of the tsunami started seeing ghosts. And a lot of them. Spirits were allegedly wandering deserted beaches and standing slumped in waterlogged jackets on street corners. A woman, who undoubtedly died thrashing and alone in turbulent waters, would occasionally join her surviving friends for tea. When the spirit left, they said, the pillow she was sitting on was drenched with seawater. Many survivors had stories like these. It almost seemed like an epidemic, Richard Perry reported. After 2011, ghost stories in Japan's hardest-hit cities became commonplace. The tsunami, in a very real way, was haunting them.
When night falls and the light has vanished, there are ghosts wandering around this area. Unfortunately, I am able to see them.
It doesn't really matter whether or not you think ghosts are real or whether spirits exist. They were and are real enough to the survivors. When faced with death and destruction beyond your ability to describe, it's understandable, maybe even inevitable, that grief and trauma express themselves in ways that you simply cannot explain logically. Japan now had a ghost problem. There were so many reports, in fact, that academics started writing journal articles about the phenomenon. Priests and monks were being called upon to exorcise spirits and cleanse those apparently possessed by them. It is not uncommon, says Dr. Charles R. Figley of the School of Social Work at Tulane University, for fellow survivors to have common reactions, be they sounds, smells, or paranormal sightings. Ghosts, he says, are more tolerable than the void created by death. Writer Richard Perry also reported on one survivor in the Japanese city of Kurihara. The man now hates the rain because he sees the faces of those that died in the puddles. As a quick aside, if you want to know more about the survivors, cultural impact, and ghost sightings of the 2011 earthquake and tsunami in Japan, I recommend reading Richard Perry's full book on the subject, Ghosts of the Tsunami. The worst thing that could happen at a nuclear power plant is the accidental release of radioactive material into the environment, as it is the material in the reactor's fuel rods, like uranium, that emits the energy and particles that can damage and/or destroy living tissue. At Fukushima Daiichi, this material was escaping in 3 ways. Some of it was being vented into the atmosphere as workers tried to prevent the kind of gas explosions that shook reactor units 1 and 3. Unit 2 was spared an explosion because of this emergency venting. Other radioactive materials were flung into the environment by the explosions that could not be prevented. The majority of the radiation released by the disaster escaped in these 2 ways. The rest of the accident's radiation was being discharged into the sea as contaminated cooling water, the very same water being pumped in to keep the failed cores from failing further. Hundreds of thousands of tons of contaminated water would be evacuated into the Pacific from storage tanks in the first few months after the tsunami. This approach was understandably incredibly controversial because the coast of Fukushima Prefecture has some of the strongest ocean currents in the world. Radioactive water dumped here would inevitably spread everywhere. According to the French Institute for Radiological Protection and Safety, water seeping out of Fukushima was the most important individual oceanic emissions of artificial radioactivity ever observed. Japan was now being haunted by a ghost it had not felt since 1945, and people were scared. But did they have to be? Chernobyl, a noun now synonymous with disaster, is the only other event in human history to receive the highest rating on the nuclear disaster scale. It would be easy then to put Fukushima in the same sentence with Chernobyl. It would be easy, but it would also be misleading. While there were explosions that released radioactivity at Fukushima Daiichi, the reactor cores themselves didn't explode. Rather, they slowly melted down and oxidized over a number of days, which meant that materials were actually stuck in the building and not rocketed into the sky by explosions that lifted a 2 million kilogram lid like it was a paperweight. Comparing the 2 disasters directly, Fukushima released up to 90% less radiation than the cores that burned up in Pripyat in 1986. Less radiation means less harm. Chernobyl ended up spewing contaminants that affected areas up to 500 kilometers away. Fukushima's contaminants only spread 60 kilometers. The exclusion zone created by Chernobyl was 30 kilometers. In Japan, it was 20. Chernobyl, the worst nuclear disaster in history, may have directly and indirectly caused 4,000 deaths. And maybe many more than this, numbers vary. Fukushima, on the other hand, according to every report and estimate, caused 0. No deaths. Measurements along Japanese coastlines also suggested that marine life would hardly be affected. The most at-risk people in the vicinity of the Japanese power plant wouldn't even experience radiation rates much higher than background. These comparisons are important because it's too easy to see Fukushima as an equivalent Chernobyl. It's not. There is consensus among scientists that the impact on health is minuscule, Japanese nuclear expert Michiaki Kai told news organization AFP. Still, it can't be said the risk is 0, which is what causes controversy. Despite the fact that the Fukushima disaster does not compare like you may think with Chernobyl, its influence still lingered in a similar way, like a ghost face in a puddle. Unlike Ukraine, Japan is one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Yes, the exclusion zone was smaller than Chernobyl's, as was the amount of radioactivity released, but it still meant that over 150,000 people had to leave their homes. Many thousands more relocated as a precaution. Potassium iodide tablets were distributed by the government. Food shipments to affected areas were halted. Japan had acted quickly to limit the possible health effects, and they were successful in that. But other damage had already been done, and may end up being irreversible. Contaminated soil could be shoveled away. Water could be cleaned. But trust is much harder to recover. Surveys and testimonials agree that distrust of the Japanese government was and continues to be high, and that less than half of the evacuated residents plan to ever return to their homes. Those that do are mostly the elderly. They had more to lose. Young people are afraid to raise children in the exclusion zone. Signs installed with radiation detectors try to assure the public that areas are better, or are getting better, that it's safe to return. But reportedly, the government cleanup effort is widely viewed by the Japanese public as a kind of whitewashing, political theater for the 2021 Olympics. In 2015, almost 230,000 people were still relocated. This is the kind of cultural wound that cuts deeper than any alpha, beta, or gamma radiation. In 2016, writer Steve Featherstone interviewed a man in Nahara, a town inside the Fukushima prefecture. The man had returned to again manage his restaurant, the only place with drinks in town. His daughter decided not to come with him. Behind the bar, Featherstone noticed that the clock on the wall was frozen at 2:47 p.m., the very same minute the earthquake struck the town half a decade beforehand. The man said he had vowed to never reset it, at least not until life in his town returned to normal. Ghosts took all kinds of forms after Fukushima. By December 2011, the reactors at Fukushima Daiichi achieved a so-called cold shutdown state. Thanks to cooling and control efforts, it became physically impossible for nuclear fissions to begin again. And today, the plant is stable. The 3 melted cores are still emitting heat, but no more than that of a small car. No significant atmospheric releases have occurred. Water is still injected into the failure, but for dust suppression more than anything else. The plant itself has been deforested, cleaned, and covered with resin and concrete to protect groundwater. Literal mountains of contaminated topsoil have been collected. A frozen wall of soil was created around the plant like an ice moat to prevent groundwater leakage. As of 2018, there were 5,000 daily workers at the power plant continuing on its decommission, an engineering effort of incredible scope and scale, an effort that will take decades to complete, if ever. And today, 95% of the facility doesn't even require face masks or coveralls for radiation safety. There are shops and cafeterias on site. A sign at the front entrance forbids playing Pokemon Go. It's a practical and foreseeable end to what was an unforeseeable disaster. That is, unless someone did see it coming. TEPCO, or the Tokyo Electric Power Company, is the utility company that runs the power plant and is overseeing the cleanup today, in step with the Japanese government. To say that what happened to the reactors couldn't have been prepared for and/or engineered for would be a lie. If what happened at Fukushima was anyone's fault, beyond what happened in fault lines a few kilometers outside of Japan, it was TEPCO's. 1991, the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission warns TEPCO that emergency power could be lost as a result of flooding. No action is taken. October 1991, one of the two backup generators of Reactor 1 fails due to flooding. An engineer warns his supervisors that a tsunami could seriously damage their generators. TEPCO installs doors. 2004, the Cabinet Office of the Japanese government warns TEPCO that tsunamis much taller than those planned for were indeed possible. TEPCO does not revise safety protocols. 2006, an in-house report recommends that TEPCO take safety measures against a potential tsunami of the exact same size that would hit 5 years later. The TEPCO leadership does not make the results of the study public as, quote, announcing information about uncertain risks would create anxiety, end quote. 2008, another in-house study identifies an immediate need to protect the facility from flooding due to larger tsunami waves than predicted. The prediction is not taken seriously by TEPCO. March 11, 2011. A tsunami wave the exact height warned about strikes the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, causing the second worst radiological disaster in human history. It goes without saying that TEPCO has faced intense criticism for its handling of the accident. On July 5th of 2012, an independent investigation concluded that TEPCO failed to meet basic safety requirements. The company didn't have proper risk assessment, didn't have plans for substantial collateral damage, and didn't have a realistic evacuation plan. But TEPCO wasn't undone by the disaster. That same month of 2012, the Japanese government infused TEPCO with 1 trillion yen to keep the company from collapsing. Its collapse would have seriously interrupted the supply of electricity to Tokyo. The money would also go towards the decommissioning of the plant. TEPCO itself would soon become part nationalized as a way for the government to step in and oversee damages and the decommissioning process. But it wouldn't be until October 12, 2012, over a year after the initial disaster, that TEPCO would admit to any wrongdoing. The company finally admitted that it hadn't taken the necessary measures for fear of lawsuits and protests. But they got those anyway. The Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant may now in fact be stable, but it is anything but solved. The plant will never be totally safe until the melted nuclear fuel is removed, and immediately after the disaster, no one knew exactly where it ended up. It wouldn't be until 6 years later, in 2017, that a remote-controlled and radiation-shielded submersible would find the final resting place of some of Reactor 3's corium. A year later, melted uranium oxide was found in Reactor 2. Many robots attempted these explorations, but many of their electronics failed. The radiation inside these reactors today would still kill a human in just minutes. TEPCO therefore estimates it might take 40 years before all the fuel is found and removed. It would happen sooner if the technologies to efficiently do so existed today. They simply don't. The ghosts of Fukushima's reactors will require brand new technologies before they are finally exorcised. Nearly every culture on Earth has a relationship with the unreal, some implicit understanding that death is not the end. In Japan, many survivors of the 2011 earthquake and tsunami believe that their epidemic of ghosts was somehow related to how their friends, family, and neighbors died. The rushing waters took them before they were ready, and now restless, ethereal forms wandered in their place. In the summer of 2011, a cab driver was shocked to see a young woman hailing him. He was driving through a particularly hard-hit area, and he had very few customers. The woman got into his car, and they took off. The cab driver noticed that she was wearing a heavy winter coat in the middle of summer, and it was soaking wet, but it hadn't rained in days. The girl told him to take her to the Minamihama district, which he knew was almost completely abandoned.
そのエリアはほとんどそれですよね。
There was a long silence. Then, in a voice that sounded like she was shivering as she did so, the girl responded,
私は死んだのですか?
The cab driver, now terrified, turned around to look at the young woman. But no one was there. Until next time. Thank you so much to the very nerdy staff at the facility for their direct and substantial support in the creation of this here video. Today especially I want to recognize research assistant Laura Sandburn and visiting scholar Kupara Sippy. If you want to join the facility, if you want to join me on Discord every day, if you want behind the scenes photos, if you want to drape on a silky white lab coat and watch private members only live streams with me, not like that. You can go to patreon.com/Kyle Hill to join the facility staff today. And hey, if you support us just enough, you get your name on ARIA here each and every video. And as you can see, there's literally hundreds and hundreds of you, so I have no idea how I'm going to pass that. I know that there's still a feeling that Fukushima... On the day of the accident, the only thing standing between Anatoly Burgoski's brain and a beam of protons traveling close to the speed of light were a lock and a light bulb. Anatoly Petrovich Burgoski was an employee of the Protevinsky Institute of High Energy Physics, the beating heart of the science town of Protvino, outside of Moscow, Russia. And in 1978, Anatoly, a 36-year-old particle physicist, was one of the scientists working with the largest Russian atom smasher. The U-70 synchrotron, which lurks below Protvino and magnetically accelerates protons in a 1.5-kilometer-long circular tube completely evacuated of air to just 1 kilometer per hour below the fastest speed in the universe. On June 3rd of that year, a series of simple mistakes would answer a question that no one asked. What would artificially accelerated protons carrying 70 billion electron volts of energy do when they pass through a human brain? This is the true story of Anatoly Burgoski's personal Chernobyl. On June 3, 1987, Burgoski was a few meters below the Earth surrounding Moscow, looking after the U-70 synchrotron's detector system with the hopes of eliminating some temporary failures it had been experiencing. As protocol dictated, he called the control room and told the beam operators that he'd be in the experiment hall in 5 minutes. The beam operators needed to know this because in the experiment hall, the main proton beam is shunted off from the main ring and directed through the open air at various detectors. What should have happened next is that the control room should have removed the beam from the chamber Burgoski was heading towards. The door to that chamber should have been locked, and a sign should have been illuminated telling Burgoski that the beam was still very much active inside. But he didn't see any of this. Instead, what he saw was a flash reportedly brighter than 1,000 suns. Particle accelerators are easily the most complicated machines on Earth. They are colossal constructions, the awe-inspiring endpoint of hundreds of the brightest minds, thousands of superconducting magnets, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of liquid helium, and more wire than you can even wrap your head around. The Large Hadron Collider, for example, pictured here, contains approximately 1 billion miles of superconducting wire. That's enough wire to go around the full orbit of Earth, not its circumference, its orbit, twice. The wire in this machine could line a path from the Earth to the Sun and back 6 times. Scientists use the absurdly impressive engineering of these accelerators to study the fundamentals of the universe, the structure of matter, space, and time, and the interactions between atoms and their constituents at their most basic. This is done by accelerating particles through a near-perfect vacuum with magnets and smashing them together at near-light speed to record what happens with sophisticated detectors. Burgoski was intimately familiar with the physics here, and he was about to get closer to it than any human before or since. Murphy's Law is the adage that anything that can go wrong will go wrong, and the day a high-energy particle beam pierced a physicist's brain, everything did. Burgoski asked the control room to remove the beam in the experiment hall in 5 minutes, but he arrived at the chamber earlier than expected. The automatic lock that should have prevented Bugorsky from entering the room was turned off. The previous experiment was using a low-intensity beam, and apparently someone thought that locking the door was overkill. And the last line of defense, a single light bulb that illuminated a sign indicating the danger beyond, burnt out just before Bugorsky arrived. An experienced operator, Bugorsky did reportedly have doubts about entering the unlocked door to the chamber so easily, but he proceeded anyway. Inside of the chamber, packets of protons were still flying silently and invisibly through the open air, a pulsing beam between where Bugorsky was and where he needed to go. And so when he bent down to check the instruments, as he had done many times before, Bugorsky was instantly blinded when his head intercepted a particle beam humming with many trillions of protons moving at nearly 300 million meters per second. The subatomic particles, each carrying 70 billion electron volts of energy, effortlessly passed through Bugorsky's brain, skin, and skull. According to a later report, he felt no pain. Incredibly, the physicist wasn't instantly killed, as you may expect, but after he saw 1,000 suns, Bugorsky knew he was in serious trouble. Anatoly calmly finished his work in the chamber, logged the visit in a journal as usual, and then, without saying a word to anyone about the accident, went home. The next morning, after a night of worrying symptoms, Bugorsky was brought before doctors and dosimetrists. The left side of his head was swollen. Translating from the official case history, Anatoly's doctors immediately calculated the dose he had received. Quote, an intense beam of high-energy protons with a transverse size of 2 by 3 millimeters passed along the trajectory. Occipital region of the head, mediobasal regions of the left temporal region, pyramid of the left temporal bone, bony labyrinth of the middle ear, tympanic cavity, jaw fossa, tissues of the left wing of the nose. The radiation dose at the entrance is 200,000 Roentgens. At the exit, it is more due to scattering on the material, 300,000 Roentgens. In theory, the dose of ionizing radiation that is 100% lethal is just 1,000 Roentgens, 300 times less than what had been apparently absorbed by Anatoly's brain. The magnitude of these numbers begs the question, why didn't he die that day? When you hear a value like 70 billion electron volts, it's a way of quantifying the kinetic energy of particles, the energy of motion. And if particles with kinetic energy suddenly start encountering a medium other than vacuum, they will interact and lose some of that energy. In a biological material like your body, this deposited energy is going into ionizing your atoms, breaking up molecules, creating heat, and otherwise smashing nanoscale structures. Enough of this damage will eventually end any living thing through the creation of cancer or the initiation of widespread organ failure. And so, particles entering a medium bump into matter and lose energy. As kinetic energy is the energy of motion, these many interactions will, as the particle proceeds, slow the particle down and eventually stop it. And where a certain particle will stop is not a mystery to nuclear physicists. It's something that can be calculated. For example, alpha particles pushing through the air at a defined energy will stop after only a few centimeters. This is due to the stopping power of air. Stopping power is a measure of the ability of a material to slow down energetic particles that travel in its interior. Understanding stopping power is very important in nuclear physics, but this knowledge can be practical too. It has recently given us a new way to fight the cancers that ionization can sometimes cause. When a high-energy massive particle like a proton moves through matter, it will lose energy, as we said, but more specifically, its energy will diminish in inverse proportion to its velocity squared. Therefore, a proton will deposit the majority of its energy in a material right before it stops. This is what nuclear physicists call the Bragg peak. And if scientists know how much an energy a particle will lose and where it will be lost, then in theory a particle beam could be directed to enter a material and disrupt or destroy only a certain volume of that material. Well, this is exactly what so-called particle therapy does. Heavy particles from a small accelerator are pointed at a person's body and lose almost all of their energy at a calculated distance inside and no further. Particle therapy at its best can even pass through a person's skull to damage and destroy brain tumors non-invasively. Anatoly Burgoski's brain effectively received the most overpowered particle therapy session in human history. And so again, why didn't he die? The answer is the Bragg peak of the beam that he crossed and the stopping power of human flesh. For example, look at how far a beam of protons will travel through water, a similar density to human flesh, at an energy 300 times less than what Anatoly experienced. It's only around 25 centimeters or a foot. Your head is likely not even 25 centimeters in depth. Therefore, the protons in this graph would not dump all of their energy in your head. They'd pass right through it. And even more powerful beam's protons would then be able to travel even further before stopping. Anatoly's brain matter literally did not have the stopping power to bring the beam's high-energy protons to a stop and to create a Bragg peak inside of his skull. This is why Burgoski did not even come close to receiving the full dose that the U-70 synchrotron could theoretically deposit, and that is why the actual radiation dose was so small, nowhere near hundreds of thousands of Roentgens. That he crossed the beam in the way that he did, of course, was pure luck, as was the path the beam took through his face, missing critical brain areas and blood vessels. Still, the fraction of energy he did absorb was enough to change Burgoski's mind and body forever. When the doctors and scientists in Protvino first heard Burgoski's story, they didn't believe him. But the symptoms and the severity of the situation, an unprecedented accident involving the largest accelerator in the country, soon convinced them. The physicist was whisked away to Moscow to the 6th hospital inside the Ministry of Medium Machine building, which actually specialized in radiation injuries. After the meltdown of Chernobyl reactor number 4 in 1986, the world discovered via intense media coverage that such a hospital even existed. And according to an article published by the Ecological Truth organization in 1998, it had no shortage of patients. The hospital in Moscow treated the victims of accidents at nuclear reactors, both research and military, nuclear material production plants, and on nuclear submarines. But no one had seen a patient like Anatoly Burgoski before. His face had swollen up beyond recognition. Over the next few days, the actual path the proton beam took was revealed by peeling skin and lost hair. Given this face value, few staff in the ICU thought Burgoski would live, including Angelina Guskova, a pioneer of radiation medicine in the USSR and the same woman who headed up the treatment of every victim of the Chernobyl disaster. But with her overseeing his treatment, Burgoski did indeed recover. However, what those treatments were, how long each took, how Burgoski recovered specifically is unknown. Everything, every document and report, every statement and testimony related to his treatment was immediately classified. A year and a half later, Burgoski returned to Protvino to work on the exact same beam and instruments that caused the world's first human/particle accelerator accident. While scientists were publishing papers and dissertations surrounding the Burgoski phenomenon behind closed doors, Burgoski was working and required to return to the radiation hospital in Moscow twice a year to continue his treatment and to commune with other nuclear accident victims. Like former inmates, Burgoski told Wired magazine in 1997, "We were always aware of one another. Quote, there aren't that many of us, and we know one another's life stories. Generally, these are sad tales." Though Anatoly had survived an incredibly dangerous situation, his personal Chernobyl had only just begun. After a proton beam blasted through his brain, hearing in his left ear completely disappeared. He started having epileptic seizures. Any mental effort was accompanied by extreme fatigue. The nerves on the left side of his face were destroyed, freezing his expression in place there for the last 43 years. And when he concentrates, only half of his forehead wrinkles. The decades following Burgoski's accident were not easy. Though the physicist was able to defend his PhD in 1980, which he prepared before the accident, obtaining the medicine and treatment he needed was a bureaucratic nightmare. In the Soviet Union, so-called radiation patients were only legally recognized after the Chernobyl disaster in 1986. This meant, again according to the Ecological Truth organization in 1998, quote, the entire material side of the cost of treatment and other compensation for damage to the health of victims is somehow legally related to Chernobyl, end quote. Burgoski therefore had the right to compensation and benefits established by the law of the Russian Federation for, quote, the social protection of citizens exposed to radiation as a result of the Chernobyl disaster. But of course, Bugorsky's health had nothing to do with the actual Chernobyl disaster. This confusion made him ineligible for the state insurance he was entitled to and badly needed. Officials apparently found it too difficult to understand or process this mini Chernobyl Bugorsky had been through. For a long time, they flat out refused to establish a new kind of disability group for him. And no group meant even more difficulty getting health benefits. Thankfully, Anatoly wasn't completely alone in this battle against the red tape of the once red state. The Protovinsky Institute of High Energy Physics and his colleagues at work did what they could, as did related labs and physicists working at CERN, the current site of the Large Hadron Collider. The well-known American entrepreneur and philanthropist George Soros even bypassed bureaucracy to establish a small grant for Bugorsky. By 1997, however, the confusion around what benefits Bugorsky was actually entitled to from the state caught up with him. That year, a ban was placed on releasing more funds for Anatoly's continued treatment, which included insanely expensive drugs and examinations. The reason? The specific wording on the documentation for his radiation disease said nothing of his unique encounter with a particle accelerator or indicated that he was part of a select few with similar injuries. It simply said that Bugorsky had experienced an accident. Eligibility revoked. He did not speak publicly about his accident for over a decade, but talking with Wired magazine in 1997, the year his health was put into his own hands, Anatoly Bugorsky said that he would like to make himself available for study by Western scientists and presumably have his health looked after by them, but he admitted that he didn't have the money to leave the science town of Protvino or leave the particle accelerator underneath that passed through his brain like it was barely there. "I am being tested," he said. "The human capacity for survival is being tested." Until next time. Thank you so much to the very nerdy staff at the facility for their
Oh my goodness, folks. We about to chug 50 raw eggs. It's about time I did this challenge. All the greats has done it. Now it's time for your boy Badlands to do it. Don't touch that mouse. You're watching Badlands Chugs. Hey, college fans, it's your boy Badlands Chugs. And yo, I have teamed up with DraftKings to let you know that right now, all new customers will receive $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 wage. You can use your $200 in bonus bets on DraftKings. Life starts with the first crack. Oh. Are you ready? I'm not ready, but let's do it anyway. Oh, Jesus. 50 hard-boiled eggs. Raw eggs. Oh, Jesus. 50 raw eggs. Rocky to the 25th power. Oh, my goodness. Hopefully I don't get salmonella, but enough talk. is great. LA Beast, Pat Bertoletti, Steve will do it. I don't know how you'll do it, but I did it. I'm gone, y'all. Chugging the world, one bottle at a time. Badlands Chugs is back.
Have a good day.
Beast here, and what I have here in front of me today is 100 cracked raw eggs. Now what I'm about to attempt today has been inspired by this man, a Chinese live streamer who has yet to reveal his name. And about a month ago, he devoured 50 raw eggs in about 15 seconds or less. And just the other day on another live stream, he consumed 100 in less than a minute. Now before attempting this challenge, I was actually interested to see exactly how much 100 raw eggs actually weighs. So what I did, I took an empty glass and weighed that first, and then I cracked 10 eggs into the glass, and I did some subtractions, and one glass of 10 eggs is roughly 19 ounces. And if you times that by 10, you're looking at roughly 190 ounces, which is equivalent to 1 gallon of water. And then throw on top of that a 64-ounce Gatorade. Now I'm no genius, but that's a shit ton of eggs. Now I've trained for competitive eating events before by taking an entire gallon of water and chugging it down as fast as possible to rapidly expand my stomach. And it's no easy task. And as I'm looking at these 100 raw eggs, yeah, all I have to say to this guy, the unnamed Chinese live streamer, is that your egg drinking skills are excellent, and I have nothing but respect. And this is definitely not going to be an easy task. But I'm the LA Beast, and I'm not going down without a fight. I am the LA Beast, and this is the 100 raw egg chug challenge. Have a good day! Oh my God. There's a fly in this egg. Yeah, I 100% give this man props, dude. I'm already feeling it. Come on, dude. All day. This is a glass with 10 eggs in it. And I've let it sit in a warm garage. I'm stalling. I've already lost to this guy. roughly 7 glasses is going to be a little more than a gallon. And the fact that this guy drank a gallon of eggs in 15 seconds is impressive. That's insane to me. Oh. So, there we go. Almost a lost. Okay, so we're halfway there. I feel it in my stomach. I can feel it in my stomach. Okay. 5 down. And we have to speed up the video. We'll speed up the video. My neighbors are watching. I can see them. I salute you, Mr. W. Okay. It's for 60. I just lost it. Okay. This does not feel so excellent any longer. I now have 60 raw eggs. Yeah, the most I've ever consumed was 60 raw eggs. And it's probably already been about 2 minutes. Oh my God, oh mia, mama. I don't know what I just said. Oh. Come on! It tastes like boogers. Oh God. Okay, now we're pushing. I gotta finish the glass, dude. You know what it said? It is said that you can get salmonella from drinking raw eggs. But the salmonella really comes from the shell. I need to get my bearings straight. Yes, there are other raw egg eating or drinking champions like Pat Deep Dish Bertoletti from Chicago. He drank about 15 pounds worth of raw eggs on America's Got Talent in like mere seconds. So it is possible. It is 100% possible to ingest that much liquid and into your body so fast. I don't feel well, and I'm just trying to get my bearings straight. Okay, let's go for 80. Let's get the 80. Oh my God, yeah, right. If I had kept going, I would have immediately thrown up. But if you let it kind of settle and then bend over, that doesn't sound good. But if you kind of bend over and let your stomach kind of encase all the eggs, shake it up a little bit. Oh, and that doesn't look proper. Okay. 80. Almost awesome. Może z was. Have a good day. A cheers to my neighbor who's actually seriously watching out the window. Good man. Okay. Last but not least, drinking 10 raw eggs from my mother's vase. Did I quite match the unnamed Chinese live streamer's time? Absolutely not. And may I have failed this challenge miserably? Yes. That is not easy. That is not easy whatsoever. I do believe I got 70 eggs down, 70 plus eggs down. And that's it. So I'm gonna go make some omelets. Have a good day. Oh, God. Holy shit. All right, folks. That is a crap ton of eggs. And what this is an entire... this thing's got some bulk to it. Yeah, that is absolutely not an easy challenge at all, whatsoever. And again, I give credit where credit is due. And yeah. Have a good day. Warning. Please do not recreate or reenact anything seen in this video! Exclamation point, exclamation point. Always use proper caution when trying to eat the most powerful horseradish on the planet. Thank you. Hello, LA Beast here. Today in front of me, I have 2 plates of Twinkies. And for those of you who don't know what Twinkies are, they are an American snack known as a sponge-filled cake with a cream filling. And if you have more than 5 in one sitting, it is guaranteed to clog your motherfucking arteries. And what I'm going to do today is demonstrate how to eat a plate of 10 delicious Twinkies with no problem whatsoever. And then I'm going to move over to this plate of Twinkies and do 2 things. 1, silence the haters who say that I can't finish any challenges that I post here on YouTube. And 2, to finally conquer my arch nemesis of spicy nasally foods such as wasabi, ginger root, and now this nasal napalm, which is the most powerful horseradish on the planet. Now before I get started, I would just like to say thank you to fellow YouTubers Reckless Eating who suggested this challenge to me. And also to anybody who's thinking about trying nasal napalm, I will quickly just read the warnings that are on the label here right now. Warning number 1. This is the most powerful horseradish on the planet, and although it will not kill you, it may make you a little bit crazy. Warning number 2. 1 tiny speck of this horseradish is all you can handle. Warning number 3. Do not apply to sensitive areas. Do not hold the jar directly under your nose and smell. And I will demonstrate by smelling directly the fumes right now. And warning number 4. Intentionally concealing this intense aroma and burn of this product to misguide others is wrong and is likely to earn you a good butt whooping. Oh shit. I am the LA Beast. And besides me eating this plate of delicious Twinkies, everything else that you're going to witness after that is really going to suck ass for me. So without further ado, yet again, because I really don't want to do this, I'm the LA Beast, and this is the Nasal Napalm Twinkie Challenge. Have a good day. I am going to truly, honestly, genuinely enjoy this. And it's a nice cream-filled filling. Goes down nice and smooth. And after I take the bite into this, we're gonna speed this part up. So greasy, yet so delicious at the same time. I don't feel well anymore right off the bat. I thought eating a plate of 10 Twinkies would be delicious. I don't feel well. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I do feel semi-nauseous. I didn't really understand. I haven't really had Twinkies in years, but I did. I enjoyed them as a kid. My stomach feels a little bit upset, but this is. I'm going to meet my match with my arch nemesis right now. Yes, there is nerves and fear in my voice right now. So to help take my mind off of those nerves, I went to my local drugstore and I picked up. It's a stimulator, and it helps stimulate your muscles when you have aches and pains. And I'm going to place one on each of my hands, which will hopefully distract me from the fact that I'm eating the most powerful, potent, like wasabi-tasting, tear gas flaming horseradish in existence. Oh, I am. If this is a long video, then this is going to be a long video, but I'm going to sit here and finally take down the victory against my arch nemesis of like a wasabi type food. Let's put this on joint. Okay. Oh, my hands. I'm gonna somehow do this. Bon appetit. I can't even put it in my head. It's like eating a can of tear gas. I just took one bite, I can't feel my hands, and it felt like I just ate some tear gas, and it does. It's very nasally. I'm gonna eat shut up and eat the food. I don't know where I am. It does taste like I'm eating wasabi. And if you go back in I can't feel my hands. Okay. I'm drooling already. This is already a 7-minute, 51-second video. I was trying to take my mind off the fact that I'm eating this nasal napalm. I just got to do it, man. I said I was going to sit here. This is to you, haters. I'm finally going to meet my match. With the most. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It only burns. It's like eating garlic. If you've ever had garlic, that burns for a little bit. That was a bad bite. I had a bad bite right there. I sound like the guy from Everybody Loves Raymond, the older brother. And I do. I sound like Brad Garrett from Everybody Loves Raymond. And I'm doing a lot of talking and not a lot of eating because this is not good. All right, man, just finish this stupid challenge and be done with it. I'm using this electronic stimulator, which I got from the local drugstore. And my thought was that this would take my mind off the fact that I'm eating the spiciest horseradish in existence. And I can't control my fingers. It's like my hand is tingling right there. Okay. We're gonna have to speed up a lot of this. This video is getting sped up.
This chug is brought to you by Bearskin. Behold, folks, I have 15 Dr. Peppers, old school Dr. Peppers, and yo, I'm about to see if I can chug like Forrest Gump. Don't touch that mouse. You're watching Badlands Chugs. This is the last hoodie you'll ever buy. Bearskin, folks, man, no lie. Straight tactical, yet so fly. You need this for outside. Without your bearskin. Hey folks, this right here is a subscriber chug, all right? Big ups to all the subs who leave suggestions on what I should chug. Oh my gosh, I really appreciate it. And yo, this is based on one of the greatest movies of all time, Forrest Gump, all right? In the movie, right, this part of his life, he was in college playing football. He got All-American, and All-American players go and get to meet the president, all right? And so while he was there, he wasn't hungry, but he was thirsty for his favorite drink, Dr. Pepper, all right? And by the time he was ready to see the president, he had drank about 15 Dr. Peppers, all right? We're gonna see if I can drink 15 Dr. Peppers just like Forrest Gump.
Not physically possible.
We about to do this in 3, 2, 1. Enough talk. So far, so good. Yeah. 2 down. These are delicious. Old school Dr. Pepper. Lots of carbonation in them, all right? Let's continue. There you go. Gotcha that time. Oh yeah. Will I do it? Here it comes again, folks. Nice. Big burps. All right. Let's see if we can do a double barrel this time. Whew. These are, there we go. Twist offs are always easy to get off, but sometimes they're hard. Cheers, y'all. Whew. Here we go. Woo-wee. Yeah. Getting down to the nitty gritty. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 down. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left. Okay? All right. No more talking. It's time to finish this. All right. I want to try something. Since I've been doing a lot of triple barrels lately, let's see if I can get a triple barrel down. Whew. Line these bad boys. All right. 1, 2, 3. Whew. All right, let's see if we can get this. It didn't work. Daggone it, but it's okay. Woo! Man, oh man. It's getting down to the wire, folks. God, this is what separates the big dog chuggers from the little dog chuggers, all right? All right. Go. Keep going. All right. Whew. Putting all the empties right here so y'all can see it. Yeah. Okay. It ain't over yet. me that Forrest Gump could be a world-class chugger? Because this is hard. All right. We're double barreling this last two, all right? Okay? So, yes, folks. 13 down, last two remains, okay? After we do this, then I would have completed the 15 bottle Forrest Gump challenge, all right? So, this separates me between an idea and destiny. Let's get this done. Woo! Yes! That's what I'm talking about. All right. 15 bottles of Dr. Pepper done, all right? Man, that was fun. I enjoyed it, okay? And yo, that's it for your boy Badlands Chugs. Stick around, folks. More good big chugs are coming, okay? So, we are out. Whew. Peace.
Chugging the world, one bottle at a time. Badlands Chugs is back.
Nice again. Well, basically, I got my helicopter cap back. I want to tell you guys a story. Hold on a second. This story goes out to my favorite bartender, Nate. His buddies, Tori, Corey, Roger, and Randy. Scott and his dad. We just all hang out at a bar. Well, basically, we got a imported tequila bottle with the actual dude, A. Lopez, signs the number and everything of the bottle. Now, when it came in, it's Avion. We already killed the bottle yesterday, and then he got a new one. I went down to there. People begged me to slam it in the bar, but the owner said no. He came back. He's like, we just can't have that here. Shoe nice. Oh my God, my helicopter cap. Don't get that fucked up. Perfect. I'm Jimmy Neutron, bitches. Either way, I did a couple shots of this, but now they just want me to slam this. This is Avion Reposado Tequila. If you don't believe that it's real, we don't fucking care, because the people downstairs know.
Hey everyone, Shoe Nights again. Well, basically, this is my attempt to eat one of my shoes. a top request around here. On your mark, get set, Marge Simpson face. Smells like dog pee. Either way, shoe nice. Either way, I did that just for the thumbnail. This is the kind of shoe that I eat, not Nike. Nice. Either way, you just got rickrolled by a legendary YouTuber with a 51-year-old bicep like a 22-year-old basketball player. Either way, this shoe tastes kind of sharpy. You know what I mean? It tastes kind of sharpy. Nobody's a beast like Shoe Nice.
Whenever I make a new friend, I sing a song for them. Grayson, 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 Grayson. Hey, Grayson.
I'm so happy you came.
I'm really happy I came too.
Yep.
What's your favorite part about hanging out together?
Good. Good.
It's good?
Yep.
Do you like having conversations?
You're the best.
You're the best.
Yep.
You're amazing.
Me, you are. Me, you are.
Is it easy to be your friend?
Yeah. You are. You are.
Why am I your friend?
Because you're the best. You're the best.
You're the best. And I'm so happy I get to be here with you today.
Good. I'm quite happy you're going to be here today.
Welcome to SBSK. We believe that everybody has a story that's worthy of being heard. When we listen to one another, the world becomes his friend.
Is there anything special about Grayson?
He likes football or baseball or debates. No.
What?
What kind of?
While we were setting up for this interview, I asked you the most comfortable place for you to film it, and
Right off the bat, we'll be starting off with a classic, Sun Chip. On the left side, we have original, and on the right, we have my personal favorite, cheddar. Here we have our contestant, Piper, to give us her opinion on her favorite chip. With a shocking first pick, she has chosen the original. After such a hasty choice, one must wonder, is she actually choosing her preference, or is she trying to hurry up and steal anything she can before being removed from this smorgasbord? It seems that her recent escapades has brought her face to face with the other flavor. Now that both chips have been sampled, which is she going to return to? It appears she's going for the original Sun Chip flavor. I did not expect this turn of events. Here we have an instant replay on our other camera. Oh, there she goes, running off to enjoy her new bounty. It appears that the original flavor is the definitive... Wait a minute, hold the phone. It looks like she has returned to the cheddar chips for a second taste test. And so far she seems to be enjoying it. Let's set this experiment up once again and see what she decides to go with. Now here we go with round 2, and right off the bat she headed towards the original flavored Sun Chips. Now with a match this close, we are going to go for a third and final round. Which Sun Chip has the best flavor? And there you go, she's sniffing the cheddar flavor. Is this it, folks? What is that? We have the old switcheroo. After getting one final sniff of that cheddar, she knew the original was the flavor for her. With an unexpected twist, the original flavored Sun Chip wins the round. Okay, now starting off our new round, we have Lay's Original Barbecue Chips up against Lay's Baked Barbecue. The original barbecue chips have a strong initial flavor, but quickly become soggy, whereas the baked barbecue, although less flavorful, have a satisfying crunch. I believe this will come down to what Piper values more, flavor or texture. Now it's time to let her decide. It appears our contestant has had too many chips from our last round. She can hardly get up on the counter. We are going to send in our assistant to aid in helping her up. After a slight setback, round 2 is finally commenced. Right off the bat, we see our contestant, Piper, head to the Lay's Original Barbecue. With such a strong flavor profile, she probably could smell them the whole time she was trying to get back up on the counter. And as you can see, that sweet tangy barbecue flavor is really keeping her quite busy. Here we go, moment of truth. She has turned back to the original barbecue once again, not even giving the baked chip a chance. Alright, as she goes back for a third time, she takes a peek at her competitor and quickly snubs it. This reduced fat chip holds no interest for our picky raccoon. As she tries picking up her chip of choice, she accidentally drops it into the baked barbecue plate. Will she be able to tell the difference, or will she be bamboozled into trying one of these chips? Let's get back to the instant replay to get a closer look. As you can clearly see, without looking and by touch alone, she's able to distinguish that tangy goodness from the stale cardboard of a baked barbecue chip. At this point, there is no question, the original Lay's barbecue chip wins hands down. They are so good, in fact, we have some of our audience here today trying to get some of their own. We can see here that Piper is actually trying to hand out some of these to the audience. He thought these were way too good just to keep to himself. There you have it, folks. The original barbecue chips are the winner. Up next, we have a Fritos Original versus Fritos Chili Cheese. If I had to guess, the lackluster taste of Fritos Original will underwhelm our contestant, especially when compared with the complex burst of flavor from the Chili Cheese Frito. I believe this chip is going to outshine its bland competitor. Right out of the gate, Piper goes to the original flavor first. With such a bland first choice, one might think she's just trying to cleanse her palate from the barbecue chips of the last round. And there we go. We see a more sensible choice from Piper. With all that crunching going on, there's no way she'll be headed back to the original flavor. Oh no, we had a fumble. Here's an up close of the chip she drops. Without much hesitation, she picks it back up and quickly makes a snack of it. I guess she's gonna try the original Fritos after all. Did you see that? She just tossed that chip aside with no hesitation. She wanted to stomp on that little chip's parade. Be gone, she said. There's only enough room for one Frito chip, and it's not you. Look at this. I'm pulling these chili cheese Fritos away, and she said, not today. I am not going to be stuck with these blonde chips any longer. Now pause off the goods. And with that, folks, we have a landslide victory. Chili cheese Fritos are the uncontested champ of this round. Next up, we have Cool Ranch Doritos versus Nacho Cheese Doritos. Who hired this guy? He can't even pour a bag of chips. It's hard to find good help these days. Now our stage is all set up. Let's get ready for round 3. What is this? Another member of the audience is checking out our snacks? Where's the security around here? Security! It's probably the guy who can't even pour the chips properly. Well, in that case, I guess our contestant is going to have a guest on the show this round. Did you see that? Our guest tried to throw hands. Let's take a look at the instant replay. He probably realized he was on camera and thought twice about it. Security, can we get our guest out of here, please? I just want to apologize to the audience for that interruption. Now for a little recap. It seems that both sides are evenly matched. However, there appears to be a slight bias towards the nacho cheese flavor. Can we get a moment of silence while our contestant deliberates her choice during this integral moment? She really seems to be enjoying that cheesy goodness. You can even see her licking the crumbs off of the counter and licking the cheese dust off her fingers. What is with the audience? They're all trying to get their 15 seconds of fame, I guess. I think this is going to be the last time we film with a live audience, folks. What was that? What do you mean they boost our ratings? Yes, I'm aware the internet loves cats, but the audience is here for raccoons. Let's leave it up to the audience. Vote below if you want to see more of our cats in these videos. But folks, it looks like the nacho cheese chip is the winner after all. Up next we have our recent winner, Doritos, versus the heavy hitter, the original Lay's barbecue chips. And right off the bat we see a commanding lead with the barbecue chips. It may be too early to even say this, but can this chip even be stopped? I have yet to see any equal in the eyes of this raccoon. Let's go ahead and set up this experiment once again to make sure she's giving both competitors a fighting chance. After all, this is the semifinals. We know both chips were at one point a preferred choice. And look what we have here. She's giving the Doritos a second chance. Will the Doritos be like the other chips, tried once and casually tossed aside? Or will she go back to them as her preferred snack of choice? There it is, she has a second return. This once undefeated chip is finally showing signs of weakness. And for a third time she returns to the Doritos. She knows the other plate has a pile of delicious goodness, yet she still chooses the plate with Doritos in an upsetting turn of events. Up next we have the Sun Chips Original versus the Fritos Chili Cheese. It's anyone's guess on which chip will win. I did not expect the original flavor to take the lead when compared to its previous cheesy competitor. And like the original round, we have yet another bland chip compared to the flavor-filled chili cheese Fritos. If I had to guess, I would say the Fritos will come out victorious, but I've been wrong before, and it appears that way, folks. She's already gone straight for the Sun Chips. She's pulled them aside like it's the only chip for her. Let's see what happens when we swap around the plates to see if that will affect her decision. Will we catch her in indecisiveness? And it appears she fell for the bait. Now we will add some Sun Chips to the Frito plate. It looks like the Fritos might be taking the lead. Oh, she dropped it. What is this? She's going directly to the bag of Sun Chips. It appears Piper knows exactly what she wants after all. Here we have more footage of her going after those golden delicious Sun Chips. Welcome one and all to the finale. We have Doritos versus the one and only Sun Chips Original. If you told me the original Sun Chips were going to be in the finale, I would have laughed. But this is no joke, folks. It has made it. But unfortunately, this is not going so well for them. But Piper loves a comeback story. We have seen many a chip with a strong start only to fall to the wayside shortly after. But here we see Piper visit the Doritos for a second time. With a massive grab, Piper takes half the plate. Although it appears one-sided, Doritos is not out of the woods quite yet. Let's see how she does with a one-on-one chip decision. Here we grab a single chip from each plate and present her one last choice. And right off the bat she puts a paw on the Dorito. Does that seal its fate? And she grabbed the Dorito! 3 out of 3 times she chose Doritos! After coming so far, the original Sun Chips got shut out.
In the following video, a group of friends are having a small gathering as they all collectively sing to a song of worship. The person recording pans around the room to capture this harmonious ceremony, thinking that this evening will end well. But little did they know that something would happen during this gathering that would haunt them forever. Be sure to pay close attention, as no one had noticed it until looking closely. Take a look. As the camera pans over to the hallway, a shadow-like figure can be seen bolting down the hall at a speed beyond human capacity. Its rapid movement and dark appearance were enough to leave the family extremely unsettled. Viewers believe that this ceremony might have had something to do with the sudden appearance of this figure. They can't help but think that this may have been some sort of dark entity that was provoked by the ceremony. Not much info is given on this video, so it's hard to be sure if that's so. But whether paranormal or not, the sudden appearance of this dark figure is creepy alone. Just what exactly was caught on camera? There's a place in Mexico that used to be known as the Disneyland of Latin America. Reino Mágico was a small theme park that opened in 1988 and closed only a few years later after multiple fatal accidents took place inside the park. It's unknown if the park had shut down for this reason, but some believe that the park had closed its doors for the simple fact that many visitors reported paranormal experiences while being there. This isn't surprising to some people, as the park was built on a cemetery. Urban explorers are certainly creeped out by this fact, but they're even more creeped out by the statues that were left behind. Rumor has it that the statue of Snow White is haunted. Nightly visitors have reported seeing the statue in a spot that was not the same as where it was originally seen. It's as though it moved on its own. One night, a group of friends visit the abandoned theme park when something very strange is captured on camera. Take a look.
Ah, bueno, tú tienes tu luz azul. ¿Qué?
Güey, ese es el velador de...
Es el velador, ¿no? Ah, velador. ¡Ey! Velador.
Aguanta, aguanta, espérate, ey. Shh, no te muevas. No mames, no te muevas. No te muevas ahí. Güey.
¿Velador?
Ese no es el velador, güey.
Güey, no es el velador.
No. No, aguanta, deja que mi cámara enfoque bien, deja que mi cámara enfoque bien, güey, eso no es el velador. No digas perras mamadas, güey. No digas perras mamadas, güey. Perdón. Güey, ¿fue aquí? No digas mamadas, güey. Miren. No digas mamadas, güey. No, Dios. No. No, güey, no mames.
¿Qué fue eso, güey?
No sé.
No mames, güey. No mames.
¿Crees que haya sido ella?
Güey, nos estamos metiendo más adentro del reino mágico. Banda, comparte.
No mames, güey, no mames.
Feeling beyond spooked, the group sees what looks to be another person inside the park. But as they look closely, they see that whoever this is appears to be wearing a dress. They continue to watch and notice that how they walk is a bit strange. Fast forward to the group seeing the statue of Snow White, and it's at this point that they realize the color of its dress is the same as the one worn by the person they saw. Could it be that the so-called person was actually the statue moving on its own? The group seems to believe this, but of course, it isn't certain if that's the case. Had the group actually seen the statue moving on its own, or was this something else? Feel free to let me know your thoughts on this one. The following video comes from a man named Bobby, and in this footage, Bobby is standing outside of his daughter's room where a strange noise was just heard. He checks on his daughter to see if she's okay, but hesitates to go inside. There's something in this room that scares him. Now, Bobby is someone who I featured in a previous video. Bobby and his daughter live inside an apartment where strange and unexplainable things have been happening for a while. From toys that seemingly move on their own as though possessed by something, to the sound of footsteps coming out of nowhere, this small family has had a fair share of unusual experiences.
Nah, get out of here, man. But at least y'all caught that part. Yo. No, I'm good.
Bobby believes that his home is being haunted by the spirit of a little girl who previously lived in this apartment. According to his landlord, the young girl passed away from cancer. Viewers believe that the little girl is trying to play with his daughter since most of the activity occurs in her bedroom. One day, Bobby's daughter is taking a nap when a strange noise is heard from inside her room. Feeling a bit scared, he takes a look and captures this.
What is that? See, it ain't my daughter because she's napping right there on the bed. Sounds like her closet door, though. Try not to wake her up. I don't know. See, she's snapping right there. Try not to wake her up. I don't know what that was, though. She is soft. Whatever it was not even waking her up. Nah. Come on, man, she's in here sleeping. Come on, man. You need to get out of her room. Dude, I'm telling you, that thing was closed, right? Come on, man. Now why is she sleeping? Man, I am good on that. You need to get out of her room. Play somewhere else. What the thing?
As Bobby walks over to his daughter, who's a heavy sleeper, the closet behind him opens by itself without warning. Considering how often strange things happen at home, Bobby is used to this, which might explain his calm demeanor. He waits patiently for something else to happen while keeping an eye on his daughter. Fortunately, nothing happens, but this incident was enough to keep Bobby on his toes. He continues to watch over his daughter in case something like this happens again. Just like the previous incidents, this mysterious occurrence has yet to be solved. On June 9th of 2023, an unsettling video was posted by a girl named Pupe who was home alone when something pretty terrifying was captured. The video starts off with Pupe lying on the couch before she suddenly realizes that someone or something is in her house. She was on her phone when she glanced over at the corner of the room and saw what looked to be a person standing completely still. Someone was watching her. Although freaked out at first, she began to laugh as she had a feeling that this was either her friend or boyfriend who was pulling a prank. But little did she know, this wasn't a prank. A mysterious presence has invaded Pupe's home. The following is her video. Watch.
¡Qué miedo que das! ¿Qué haces? ¡Ey! ¿Quién sos? ¡Andate de mi casa! ¡Eh!
Right when things are getting tense, the video ends abruptly. It's unknown as to what exactly happened afterward, but one can safely assume that Pupe was left extremely terrified. Now Pupe has posted some videos after this incident, but in neither video does she go into detail about the events of that night. Perhaps this incident was so disturbing that Bupa is trying her best to forget about it. Although it's unclear as to what exactly was captured, there's no doubting that the video she took is just downright chilling. It's late at night when a mother and daughter arrive home. The security camera at the front entrance records them pulling up to the gate of the house when out of nowhere, something very strange happens. This video was posted by Mary Carmen, the daughter in this video, who lives on a small farm with a lot of animals. Now, the animals on this farm would do things that would make her feel as though she were taking care of children. To her, this place feels more like a daycare than a farm. But the biggest child, according to her, is her dog, who's known as Scott. From dancing with his so-called mom to going on boat rides whenever he gets the chance, Mary Carmen has a special place in her heart for Scott. But unfortunately, one night, something happened that left her completely devastated. She had come home with her mother after having dinner at a relative's when she found Scott lying in his bed. He seemed unusually quiet, which he never was. Scott had passed away. Now, it wasn't until grieving for days on end that she finally looked at the security cameras that captured Scott's final moments before passing. Based on the footage, he passed away only a few hours before Mary Carmen returned home. He was already gone before she came. But after looking at the footage of when she arrived, she immediately noticed something strange. What was captured had brought her to tears. Have a look. A strange figure that looks to be a dog suddenly appears on camera. Mary Carmen believes that this may have been the spirit of her dog, given that he just passed away that same night. According to her, he seemed to be waiting for her to return home before departing. It's as though he wanted to see her one last time before going away forever. To this day, Mary Carmen watches this video to remind her that even though Scott is physically gone, he is still with her in spirit. But, like all videos, you be the judge on whether or not the ghost of her dog was captured. On May 24th of 2023, at around 10 p.m., a baby monitor captures something pretty spooky on camera. This video was posted by Marquette Jean, who's concerned for the safety of her daughter, as something very strange was captured inside her child's bedroom. The video begins with her daughter, who appears to be staring blankly at the window that's behind the camera. It's unknown as to what exactly it is that she's seeing, but whatever it might be, it seems to have her full attention. She continues to stare at this window when suddenly the camera picks up movement from inside the room. But as we can see in the footage, nothing is moving. Now, the family used to have a cat, and the camera would often pick up the cat's movement, but no cat is seen here as their cat had passed away in August of last year. However, as Marquette watches the baby monitor, this happens.
Is there a cat in here? Is there a cat in here?
No.
Oh, sorry. Love you, night. Are you okay? What's wrong? No, it's okay. I was just checking on you. Good night. I love you.
It's scary.
Huh?
It's scary.
You're scary?
Huh?
Why?
It's a monster. It's really scary.
There's no monster in the window. I'll look. See? I'll look.
Upon seeing a strange cat-like figure on the baby monitor, Marquette bolts into the room and asks if a cat is in there. Confused as to what her mother had seen, Marquette's daughter replies no, but says that she's scared. According to her, there's a monster at the window.
There's no monster in the window. I'll look. See? I'll look.
Marquette checks the window and finds nothing there. Although creeped out by her daughter's response, she's more unsettled by the supposed apparition caught on camera. The family believes this may have been the spirit of the cat that they once had, but later passed away due to cancer. Whether ghost or not, Marquette and her daughter are shaken up by this footage. Like all videos, the question is begged, just what exactly had occurred that night? If you caught something creepy on camera, or if there's any ghost videos you'd like me to check out and include in the next compilation, you can send them over to scaryvideos444@gmail.com. That being said, let's get back to the video. In the following video, a man named Win is washing dishes in the kitchen when he hears a strange noise coming from his basement. This basement, according to Win, is a place that he and his family avoid entering at all costs. There's something about it that isn't right. Now, not too long ago, something happened inside this space that neither Win nor his family could explain. As Win states, he was by himself in the basement when out of nowhere, a small swing he had recently bought began to swing on its own. Although not really sure how to explain this, it would be the following incident that occurred only days later that leaves him extremely baffled. While being alone at home with his son, a loud banging noise on the basement door is suddenly heard. But when he checks to see as to who or what was banging on the door, he finds no one there.
Can I get it?
Understandably, this occurrence has left the family feeling thoroughly petrified. But as if that wasn't enough to freak them out, the following video captures this. Win is down in the kitchen washing dishes when his dog starts barking at the basement door. He immediately takes out his phone and begins to record.
Go lie down. It's okay. Lie down. Stay. Been doing this all morning and I don't have time for this today. Stop. Hey buddy. I got too much going on. You gotta cut it out. Oh shit. Okay. I'm just gonna set it up with paper towels and we'll just let the phone roll. I asked you if you gotta go or you gotta go downstairs or something. Wherever you're gonna go, you gotta go. Calm down. He's okay. Please, not today. Just, holy cow. Oh my God. Little buddy.
Sounding fed up with the supposed spirit, Win begs the entity to stop, but this only seemed to make things worse as the door to the basement began to continuously open on its own soon after. It isn't until looking closely at the doorway, however, that someone or something appears. Like something out of a nightmare, the shadowy figure seemingly fades into the darkness before reappearing again as a giant shadow. Feeling beyond spooked, Win is absolutely certain that he won't be entering this basement anytime soon. But as always, until more footage is brought forth, this video remains a mystery. This next video was recorded by a father who caught something pretty creepy while watching over his son. The father in this clip is known as Ricky Beadle, and it was sometime in the afternoon when he took this footage. According to Ricky, he was walking past his son's room when he heard him talking to himself. He was talking under his breath, muttering something that Ricky couldn't understand. It wasn't until listening closely, though, that he can make out a few words. Now, even though it sounded like total gibberish, his speech was similar to that of someone conversing with another person. It's as though someone else was there with him. It goes without saying, but the video that Ricky took is just downright eerie. Take a look.
Elliot, what are you doing? Oh, that's cool. What's that? What's that in the corner?
The man hanging.
Oh, why have you drawn that?
He's hanging up there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What does he do?
He annoys me at the night.
Why?
Because he does this.
Oh, really?
But I'm not allowed to tell anybody.
Okay.
As if watching his son behave strangely wasn't already creepy enough, he shows him this, a portrait of someone that only his son is able to see. But eerily, this supposed person appears to be hanging by a noose wrapped around their neck. Ricky points the camera to where the so-called hanging man is apparently seen, but as expected, nobody's there. Or so it seems. Ricky's child seems pretty convinced that the hanging man is real, but for some odd reason, he's not allowed to talk about him. Now initially, Ricky wasn't really sure how to feel about this. It was only after the following incident, however, that he grew very concerned. Ricky is once again looking after his son when he hears him talking to himself just like before. He promptly reaches for his phone and captures this.
Stop it.
Elliot, what are you doing? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right.
He's crying and I keep saying stop it.
Is he crying?
Yeah.
So this is the photo of the hanging man he's seen in the corner of his room. I'm going to ask him to draw it again when I've rubbed it completely off. Elliot, can you draw the hanging man for me like you did before?
No, because he'll tell me off at night.
What if I don't let him? What if you can sleep in my room? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Right, so what's these on his face?
Tears.
What's this?
Straight.
Oh, okay. Does he cry quite a lot?
Yeah, because he's got hay fever up there and he's up there.
Okay.
In the corner.
Okay, thank you.
But he annoys me at the night because he keeps saying he always bangs and you just...
Okay, thank you.
It was at this point that Ricky couldn't help but think that his son was seeing things. As some viewers have commented, perhaps Elliot is showing early signs of schizophrenia, but Ricky isn't totally certain if that's the case. Feeling unsure as to whether or not Elliot is expressing his imagination or showing symptoms of a mental illness, he decides to set up a camera in his room. Hopefully, what he captures will clarify this confusion. But to his shock, the following footage recorded this. Watch. Elliot appears to be speaking to someone when out of nowhere, his legs are seemingly pulled out of bed. In a state of disbelief, Elliot jumps off the bed and scurries out of the room. It seems that someone or something had tugged on his legs as though intending to cause harm. It was soon after watching this video that Ricky knew something was haunting his son. Although whether or not that's so, viewers agree that something supernatural was captured. But as with all videos, I'll let you come up with your own conclusions. Is something haunting Elliot? Or is something else going on here?